Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 413. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm all right. I was up late last night watching nature documentaries for some reason.
Hell yeah. Love that. David Attenborough?
Not specific. I mean, everything is kind of that though, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like people try to do it. The David Attenborough, it's like the baseline for that kind of thing.
Yeah, he's awesome. Didn't we just talk about him a couple weeks ago? I feel like we did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he's like 100 or something, right?
Yeah, and I was watching him in an ant documentary. That's what it was. Yeah.
Did you? This has almost nothing to do. I don't know why this conversation reminded me of this. Did you see that Robert Pattinson is playing Chris Hansen in a movie?
Dustin, you sent me that, but when I went to respond to it, I couldn't find where you sent it to me.
Oh, it's in the general chat of
it's Discord.
In Discord.
I went to so I saw it, and then I saw the message, and then I didn't have time, and I watched it later, and then I went to respond to the text, and I was like, I could have sworn Dustin showed me this.
Yeah, it was up a bit because Maddie was posting some bullshit.
That
wasn't important, and it got buried.
Yeah, interesting. So, what is that movie? So it's literally about Dateline and like the people that killed, because that guy killed himself, right? And then like that whole thing like kind of blew up for NBC, and that's why he had to leave.
I think so.
You would
I
assume.
don't know. I just saw that teaser trailer pop out of nowhere, and I was like, what? And then I watched it. And I was like, okay, Robert Pattinson's a great actor. Like, honestly, like he somehow continues to not have this. He's not had the same voice in any movie I've ever seen him in, which is interesting to me. I'm just like, nobody really does that kind of thing anymore. But like the trailer opens up and he goes, so you know how this looks. And I'm like, I was like, I'm sold on whatever. This is an insane premise. Robert Pattinson is Chris Hansen, but I'm down.
Yeah, I'd like to know more about that because they got into a bunch of legal limbo. I think they got sued at the time. And then, but he just does it still on his own, like not even under the protection of NBC. So it's called, what is it called? Something with
Hansen versus Predator or something?
Hansen versus Predator was one of them. Yeah.
Or at least I know that was one of the things he did.
He's because I think the guy, I've told you guys this in the past that like one of the first people that were caught in that was this rabbi from Maryland who was my friend in college's rabbi, which was amazing. You know,
that is actually crazy.
It's True Blue is his company.
True Blue, right. It's like a pretty popular YouTube channel. I watch it sometimes, and he's like, "Thank you for watching, but there's something you should know." And then he goes in. His intonation is excellent, like S tier. Very funny.
He's got a great way of delivery. It's good stuff. So it
gets a little bit old now. You know, like it's like, all right, how many? The thing is, like, how are people still getting caught?
That is you'd think that
don't
he would be
know
like
you're being watched? It's probably a trap.
You'd think that in the I don't know, that community, let's say, you'd think that he would be like the Baba Yaga or something, you know? What I mean?
Right.
Like it's just like, oh, you don't think Chris Hansen's out there? Like he's like the boogie, like Slender Man or something. Like he's out there waiting to get you. And you don't think there's anything suspicious about being asked to go to like a home? Like I don't know. It just seems kind of crazy, all of it. But
it really does. Like I don't understand what people don't understand about that there being a materially high percentage that you are being fucked with, you know, and this has been now going on TV for 20 years.
But you know how you know how I feel about it though? I feel the same way about that I feel about, you ever see like I guess it circles back, but you ever see like nature documentaries and just there's been millions of years of evolution behind these creatures, right? And then like a roach just wanders up to like a chameleon or something, you know, as if it doesn't understand, like as if by now it shouldn't know the rules at this point. Like, I don't know. They're just like, I guess.
Yeah, it's just it's like us with how we didn't change for like 300,000 years. Like we discovered fire and then nothing changed. Because you have to have because like there has to be a cockroach that understands and then is able to parlay
survive
that information, right?
There is like the upper percentile cockroach that just kind of get like, hey, don't go over there. That's a lizard.
He needs to be knowledgeable and breedable,
right?
Really.
And survive and then be able to parlay that information. Yeah.
There was that really one smart roach that could have taken them to glory, but he was a fucking loser.
Yeah, he didn't have it.
That's the problem.
Complete dweeb, cleft palate.
It's interesting. I've thought about this a little bit about like how many times did humans, like primitive humans, discover things, the same thing before it could be like permanently communicated. In other words, like metallurgy, right? The idea of like taking this stuff and melting it down, that must have been discovered a bunch of times, and then people just died. Like they did it accidentally. I've thought about that a million times. It's the same thing with like language or agriculture. It's like they eventually got it and it spread, but like it must have happened.
Yeah, there's like a first person to discover something, but then there's the first person to discover something and not die.
Right, exactly,
and be able to convey the value of it. I guess
it's so interesting. Love that shit. And as we say all the time, unknowable information. Never know.
Yeah. Which is
the frustrating thing for me.
Anyway, that's me. That's what.
Yeah. Welcome to Sacred Symbols. It's good to see you as always. LA. What's going on in LA with the election? Is it as heated as it seems from the outside?
I have not noticed a single thing.
Really?
Yeah. Is there an election going on in LA?
I think it's like the first round of the mayoral stuff with Bass and that Spencer Pratt.
Oh yeah, that's the guy from the reality show, right?
Yeah,
or something. Because that's where we're going.
Is it the OC?
No,
No, that wasn't a reality show.
No.
Laguna Beach
or something like that. It was like one of those shows. Yeah, I remember hearing that name and I was like, oh, that's a reality TV show guy. So I assume now that's the person who's gonna win. I don't know. I don't have any insight. I have no idea.
Oh yeah, I was just interested because everyone's talking. Well, it seems like it's a big talking point. I wonder what it's like actually there. But now we know.
Yeah, yeah.
Fair enough.
To be honest, I'm not invested in California as or like LA as I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I don't care.
I care more about the entire East Coast.
Right.
Quite frankly, than I care about LA. But I mean, I'm sure something's going on. You know.
Yeah, I feel the same way. When I lived in California, I was like, I don't really care.
Yeah, it's
I can just leave it anytime.
Right. I have roots here, kind of, but like not like, you know, like it's not real. But I think there was like an epoxy warehouse that was like kind of almost going to explode in Orange County, and then they just didn't. And that was kind of a big story for like a day or two. It's like, is it going to explode?
Interesting. It's down by Bradley.
Yeah, Bradley could have been permanently etched as a shadow into a wall.
Right. A nuclear shadow. Dustin Furman, executive producer. Good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
I am just fine. Couple things going on. First of all, I got a hot date tonight.
Nice.
To go see the Backrooms movie.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm excited about that. And then tomorrow I'm going on I want to call it, we're calling it a camping trip, but it's in a cabin. So it could be considered glamping.
Yeah, that sounds all right. That's all right.
But that's fine. It's about, being with the boys, hanging out, drinking some beers, being away for a little bit before it's baby time. So
yeah,
I'm looking forward to that. So we'll see. I'm unsure how much even reception I'm going to have. So, but don't worry, nothing content-wise is going to be mixed up. Lockmort's going to be watching over things. It's like a little pre-trial for him. So it's all going to be scheduled. He literally has one thing to do. He has to set Defining Duke live on YouTube on Sunday.
Yeah, we'll see.
That's it.
I'm
That's
still
all he
waiting
has to
for
do.
that. It's Thursday today. Didn't he say on the stream that he would have his new edit Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday?
That is correct. That is correct.
First of all, who says something like that? It'll be done either Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. And then he misses all three of them. Wildly unimpressed with him right now. By
Here's
the way,
the thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
We didn't ask for a deadline.
No, he gave it. He volunteered.
He gave himself a deadline.
3 of them.
And then he didn't meet his own deadlines. So it's not pressure from us. But once you give the deadline, it's like, you did it. You did that to yourself. So
curious guy. That guy.
Last Stand Right-In Man said, Sir Dustin, now that the bigwigs at A24 reposted your tweet about seeing backrooms, where will your A24 logo tattoo be placed?
That is true.
Also, how was it? But you haven't seen it yet. So you were saying that that's what you were going to do. So those aren't your pictures. To do.
My pictures are just from Google Images. I just went and searched Pittsburgh Mills, which
did that get a lot of likes, that tweet?
Yeah. I was shocked because I knew, I was like, oh, people will find this interesting, but that tweet in particular has 500,000 views, 27K likes, 1.7K retweets.
I don't think I've ever had 27,000 likes on anything I've ever said before.
Yeah, I don't know. So but yeah, A24 retweeted it. So now here's what I was considering, Colin. Both for Last Stand and for my own YouTube channel, I keep the same policy. Like, I'm not taking any gifts of, or like travel and doing advertisements for video games. Let's start taking the bag on movies. A24, I'm willing to show for it. You know, I guess here's the thing though, they don't need me.
Yeah.
I posted that tweet like a chump. I got them 500,000 views of advertising, and I get nothing out of it.
$0. You get some Elon bucks, I guess.
I get like $100 every 4 months. So
yeah, I think I made $60 the last pay quarter, which is like, I'm not even trying to make money, but I'm like, all right, that's fine. It's something, I guess.
Yeah. Now I'm curious, Colin, because I've heard that, like, to people outside of the internet culture, explaining the backrooms to anybody is like literally impossible.
Yeah, you can't do it.
Like, you have no idea about what backrooms is, right?
No.
It's an image that became popular from 4chan about like a space between reality where
like
there's
liminal,
only liminal space with like yellow walls and stuff like that. And so this literal kid, like I think he was 15 years old, made a YouTube series about it. And now he's 21 and he directed this movie for A24 on $10 million, and it's going to make like 80 million this weekend.
People are being really weird about that. They're just like, oh, I saw like a conspiracy theory about like they got an older guy directing this. Like a 21-year-old can't direct a movie. As if we don't have like, as if Sam Raimi didn't do Evil Dead when he was like 21, or like Steven Spielberg did Jaws when he was like 26.
Yeah,
this has happened forever.
Yeah, I mean,
weird.
I would imagine certainly that he would need assistance in how to operate a Hollywood level film set, but a ghost direction, it's like, come on, man.
That's okay. Yeah, there's always assistant directors and assistant directors and directors of photography and all that kind of. There's teams.
Yeah,
I don't know. That was crazy to me. I was like, are we living in the same reality? I guess not. But
yeah, stupid. So that's all that's going on for me right now. Now, Colin, how are you?
Oh, that's so interesting you asked that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm well. I'm tired, as always. Not sleeping great, but I think a lot of that has to do with just. I texted you last week. I was like, quite the time to unwind from my Alexa Pro.
Oh yeah.
Really great timing on that. Like nothing happens for years, and I'm a zombie basically. But I feel good. I'm losing weight randomly, and I think it has to do with the Alexa Pro.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the trophies, because that would be awesome.
Oh, the trophies, yeah.
The trophy scare caused Colin to lose weight. I can believe that. I respect it.
I was getting, now I'm much more muscular than I ever have been. I mean, I'm not I'm not like a muscle man by any stretch of imagination, but for me, I have a lot more like muscle bulk on my arms and chest especially, but my legs are pretty big too. So I try not to, and that's heavier than, fat weight. So I try not to like judge too much. But when I left California, I was between 180 and 185, and I really wasn't working out at all at that point. And then I got up to almost like 195. In fact, it's a joke with Micah where like we went to the doctor, and I always take her with me back there because I'm like, I need someone else to listen. Like, like if there's like the things they're telling me, like, I'm like, I feel like I forget half the shit that they even say to me. and they weighed me, and it was like 193 or whatever. And I'm like, I don't buy. Micah thinks it's so funny because I was like, I don't buy that to the nurse. And I asked for another scale, and she just looked at me, and then we went to the room. We're like, wait,
that is crazy. Why?
Very, very funny. Well, I was just like, I couldn't believe that I was that heavy. But then I've been weighing. I try not to weigh myself too much because I feel like it becomes an obsession. So I just weigh myself randomly every couple weeks or whatever, and I'm down to like 183 or something like that. And I'm like, that's like what I was weighing when we started Sacred Symbols. So I feel so from that perspective, I feel pretty good. Micah thinks a lot of it comes from me just not snacking. Instead of like, I love cashews and like weird shit that's just like really high calorie. And I try to eat some of those after dinner, like, when I'm snacking, but then I just snack. And she's noticed that I just have instead leaned into just eating like a second, not a meal, but like kind of like I'll make like 4 eggs and a bagel or something. And then that's just like so much better for you, ironically, than whatever else was going on. So yeah, so that's good. I'm feeling good there. Gardens are looking good. The pool is done, except for I have to get the liner put back in the pool, which happens on the 1st. But everything back there is done. I paid for it. And very painful. Checked all right. What else? I don't know. I guess that's kind of it. It's hot as fuck. And yeah, that's basically it. And just playing, trying to play some games and enjoy some, it's playoffs for the Knicks. I'm not a basketball fan, but I like basketball. I don't really like the NBA. I think the NBA kind of sucks actually, but the Knicks are in the finals. I don't know if you saw that, Chris.
Yeah, I did.
Which is a huge deal.
They've been doing really well, apparently, like insanely well.
Yeah, this is their first trip back to the finals, I guess, since the late 90s, which I remember that I was in high school. Yeah. And people don't realize how bad the Knicks are, like historically, because they're like a big New York team, but it's like they're like not. They have done shit.
They're more like a brand, at least in my experience. But they're doing so well that I know about it. You know what I mean? Like that's how well they're doing. Like I have no reason to know that. I don't think I've ever paid attention to it. I don't know anything about basketball at all. I think the Knicks are literally the only team that I know of.
Interesting. You don't know the Celtics?
What's that?
Interesting.
Earnestly, I thought that was a football team.
Oh yeah, no, that's a basketball team. I've said it before. I love all sports, really. I love sport, but the NBA is so whack. Like the flopping that's going on, especially in the Oklahoma City series, and just the fucking constant traveling and constant, like it's like they don't call anything. It's just weird. College basketball, in my opinion, is so much better to watch, but the game is awesome. And I've been kind of paying attention to the Knicks just for the spiritual kind of. I'm born and raised in New York. I know how painful the Knicks have been for a lot of my friends for many years. In the 90s they were decent, the Ewing era, but yeah, so it's just from that perspective, it seems historic. I'm rooting for them, and they swept the Cavs, so now they're just waiting for whoever wins on the West Coast so they can rest a little bit and see what happens. Anyway, so that and of course we're in the ESPN doldrums where I'm like watching softball. By the way, I've been meaning to shout this out. I might have done this in the past. Let me see if I can. There is a thing called, let me see, Major League Wiffle Ball. Yeah, there's a thing called Major League Wiffle Ball, MLW, that I've been watching on YouTube. And it was started by these like kids years ago. And it's kind of become this thing where like they have sponsors and like their videos get shit. Dude, it's so good. Like it's a wiffle ball league, but like with the trappings of like real TV production and like stats and all. It's very exciting. So I've been watching a little bit of that. It's fun. The summer is a little bit tired from the TV perspective. So I used to hate the summer when I was a kid because for like it was nice. It was not. I always liked the fall and the winter more than the summer, but
it's so crazy.
But like I like the time off. But I hated that TV just stopped. And you're not really aware of that when you're a little kid, and it's not really relevant anymore in the streaming era, but like when you're a little kid, it's like, okay, everyone's seasons are done. And now there's nothing. but reruns and bullshit and all of the rest. And I hated that when I was a kid because you like wanted to sit down and watch something, but you just couldn't do it. Yeah. You just couldn't do it. And you just didn't realize, like, I never knew, like, when I was watching Nickelodeon or whatever, and Clarissa Explains It All would come on or something. I'm like, I have no idea when this first aired. Like, we're watching some second season episode like many years later. You just had no idea.
Right.
But then you get older and you realize, like, oh, this is the same shit over and over and over and over again. And I've been watching these reruns forever and there's no new content. And so we don't long for that on YouTube. Certainly not. Yeah. Welcome to Sacred Symbols. It's a PlayStation podcast. Goes live each and every week. We've gone live each and every week since July 2018, believe it or not. Our anniversary is coming up pretty quickly, which is exciting. Which will be July. Is it July 2nd? I have to look. I have to remember. I don't really remember anymore. Shocking. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia for early ad-free access to our show and a bunch of other perks as well. You get access to the Discord where a bunch of crazy people post. RSS feeds and Spotify feeds if you want to get the podcasts early and ad-free without having to deal with Patreon itself, which is fine. You can just connect them and send them over there. The ability to submit your inquiries on the threads in the newsfeed each week. You'll see and hear those throughout the show. You've already heard one of them, actually. So get involved in there. And of course, early ad-free access to these shows and Sacred Symbols Plus as well, our supplement to Sacred Symbols. So I'll get into this first. Sacred Symbols Plus, I just recorded an excellent episode of the show with, I have my notes here, actually. Michael Kemp is his name. The Kempy is his YouTube channel, TheKempy. And he recently put up a video about the real Uncharted 4, like what it was supposed to be before Amy Hennig was fired. And it was a great conversation. We go on, I think, for almost 2 hours. And he's so interesting and knowledgeable. I think people are really, really going to like that episode a lot, about the things he discovered and how he discovered them and all of the rest. And so please look forward to that on patreon.com/lastdaymedia imminently. We also did a deep dive PS6 conversation recently. We're going to get to Saros and Pragmata imminently. I think we'll record both of those next week and then put those in the can. I was telling Dustin before we started recording as well that Gregory Loudon, the director of Saros, is going to be on Sacred Plus in the coming weeks as well.
Oh,
I've been talking to Housemark about that. And that's basically it. We'll have Jaffe back soon as well and do a few other things. And then Sacred Streaming, we do have to talk about this. So I played chess last week. That was really fun. We were just relaxing and hanging out. We did Pragmata and Marathon, a bunch of stuff with that. Saint Slayer Platinum run, Vampire Crawlers run. But what we're going to do over the next few streams, I think, is kind of focus on this E3-like era that we're in right now in the calendar. So Monday, the 1st at 1 p.m., we'll do State of Play bets live. And so I'm actually recording with Brad for Summon Sign this weekend to free up a schedule. So we'll do that. And then the State of Play will be Tuesday, the 2nd. We'll do that. And then I don't really know if we'll do anything in between that. I have to look at the schedule. But I think that following Sunday, which is the 7th, is the Xbox conference.
Yeah.
And I think we'll do that. And what we'll do is we'll do that in lieu of a Monday stream that week. Because I don't want to do too much.
Yeah.
I think enough's enough, to be perfectly honest. So that's kind of the plan. So there will almost certainly not be a stream on Monday the 8th because we will stream the 7th, which is a Sunday for the Xbox conference. So I think that's kind of the preliminary plan. And I have to see who's available for all this stuff. But I assume the State of Play stuff will be the three of us plus Brad. And then for the Xbox stuff, I don't know. Maybe we'll do it with the Dukes or something. So please look forward to it. Griffmo wrote in and said, Colin, did the Patreon numbers see an increase following the recent free episode drop and the associated media coverage? As an early PSN adopter and avid trophy collector, I truly appreciated your coverage. Enough to resubscribe. Thank you for advocating for the community. Do you have any updates regarding the ongoing fight? Yeah, we had a nice bump, but we made it free. So it's not like I felt like it would have been really disingenuous for me to do that. That would have been a really big boost for us probably if I didn't do that. But it felt like I was kind of, I don't want to say preying on the audience, but like, I don't want to make money like that. We're trying to do something good. Or I am. It has really nothing to do with anyone else. Updates. Yeah, not really. I mean, I am Mike and I have talked about it extensively. Like, I've spoken to Sony extensively and given them a lot of information. We know a lot more about the situation than we've said publicly, as I said last week, because I don't think there's a reason to talk about a lot of it publicly. I don't think it serves any purpose, but certainly that information privately rendered is useful. I don't want to say I'm frustrated. I am bummed, I guess, sad that like the story didn't really get picked up very much. I do appreciate those who did write about it and cover it. Kotaku, we talked about, and Push Square, a bunch of different outlets have written about it, PlayStation Lifestyle, and people have covered it on their podcast. Spawnwave covered it on their podcast. Mystic, thankfully, covered it on his YouTube show. I'm grateful and thankful for all of that. But us running this up the flagpole in a more public way would have and does require a lot more than that. And I can't force people to cover this thing that they're just not interested in, or they think that their audience is not interested in. And without that backing, it just becomes me bitching. And I bitch about everything. So it's not like that's going to be very useful. So I'm kind of bound right now because I don't really know in which direction publicly to go. I know what I want to do and what I'm doing privately. But I think without a willing media and game space willing to kind of help me run this up the flagpole and make this a big deal, it's not going to go anywhere. I mean, that's just the reality. So I've come to quickly accept that. And I've had a lot of private conversations trying to get people to cover things and trying to do it. Not for me. Like, again, I got my account back and my account flagged and, hopefully locked down in some meaningful way. So it's not for me anymore. It was really not for me that day because I got my account back. It became for trying to stop this from happening to other people and convince Sony that they should do something about it. Now, I have read interesting points, and I think it's true that should Sony be dealing with this behind the scenes, and I know that they are in a way, like I know they're investigating it. I've talked to them extensively and trying to figure it out. They're not going to say anything because, and that is true, and that is kind of a bind for us because if they're like, yeah, we fixed it, then that's just a challenge.
Right.
To fuck with it again. And rather you just want to make it so that slowly the nefarious powers that do this to innocent people on PlayStation Network will just try to find an easier corporate target. And nothing else needs to really be said. So I'm continuing to press behind the scenes. I don't know that I have any further updates. I'm of a few minds with a few things. Like, again, talking to Hogue, and this isn't for me. I wouldn't want to be involved in this because there's no need for me to be involved in it. I got my account back, and also it's just not something I want to deal with. But like, for the many thousands of people that have clearly lost their accounts, it's like, I refuse to believe that there's not some sort of class action possibility with that. Like, it just seems like it's straight up theft. And I think the thing that bothers me about it is that a person gets their shit stolen from them, and then the company that's supposed to help them shuts them out. And that to me is just so painful to think about and so awful. You care about PlayStation, you buy their games, you do all these things, and then they don't give a shit after a while. And I understand their perspective of saying like things get so muddled by design behind the scenes that they simply cannot verify who they are talking to anymore. There comes a point where it's like, we don't know who owns this account. And I'm like, but that's you getting confused. Like, you let that happen. So it is my hope that they certainly are paying a lot more attention to it, and I'm going to keep banging the drum. And I put out on Twitter. I was like, I would like to do like, I don't usually do podcast appearances. Occasionally I do, but I turn most of the shit that I get offers down. But I was like, I would be happy to do larger shows of size in order to kind of get this to do this, but I just never even got the opportunity. A lot of people reached out to do their shows, and we reached out to, and Mike is still reaching out to those people. I don't want to be a dickhead. Us doing smaller shows makes no sense, right? Like, because we're not trying to do things by volume. We're trying to do things by meaning. So like, if we only had one platform or another platform to use, we could just do another show on this network.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And for this matter specifically.
Right. So I wrote to some of the people. I wrote to some of the people specifically, people I've been on their shows before, where I'm like, it is no disrespect to you. I will be happy to do your show. at a time in the near future this summer or whatever about another topic. That's not it at all. It's to say that like we need bigger shows to cover this. Otherwise, we are spinning our wheels, literally running it up, not literally, but running it up the flagpole. Right. If we do like small shows with 1,000 viewers, it's like, well, that doesn't do anything for me. That doesn't do anything for us or the story at all. It's fun. And I'll talk to you about something else. So yeah, those are the kind of conversations we've had. It's become quite frustrating because people have fallen into the trap that I had fallen into, and will still continue to fall into in many different ways, which is that there are so many things to focus on. What do you want me to do? It's kind of how I feel about like what's been going on in Ukraine. I'm like, I don't know, dude. Like there's a bunch of other shit like closer to home. You know what I mean? Like conflicts and things that involve us. Like I don't have the bandwidth to deal with all this geopolitics. And it's the same thing in the real world where it's in my world where it's like, I got 8 million other things to worry about, man. Like I can't only focus on this. I need people to take it off my plate and help me. And that's not happened. So you can't really, the point is you can't blame them because that was me. So what's going to unfortunately probably happen is someone else is going to get their shit stolen at some point of note. And then we'll have this entire conversation all over again.
Yeah.
So I'm trying, guys. I don't know what else to really do. And I will say two things in exiting this topic for now is about coverage is that it's clear that some people didn't cover it because they don't like me, which is fine. But I think a little bit, I don't want to say unprofessional, but strange. People report news. I fucking hate half the people that report this shit, but I don't ignore it. It's like I am beholden to the news, wherever it comes from. That's the way it works. So I want to say that kind of sucks. And the other thing that kind of sucks is, and I did say this on the stream, is that some of this is also about people protecting their relationship with Sony. And like 100%, absolutely, no doubt. And I'm of multiple minds with this where I'm like, well, let's put it this way. They have no games anymore, like a couple games a year. I guess the hardware is coming out, but it's like, what do you really need from them to protect any, like your access to Wolverine or something like that? And I also think, especially in speaking, I'm friendly and I like the PR people at Sony. I'm talking to one of them for the Saros interview, and I've been dealing with a very high-ranking PR person about this situation. They're great people and they're nice and they're knowledgeable. It really has. I don't think they're going to stop working with you because you cover the news. Yeah, it's not like the leak of PlayStation Home we always bring up at Kotaku where they got blacklisted for like 5 years. That's different, and that's an extreme reaction. But I understand. I guess what I'm saying in a very clumsy way is I understand everyone's positions, and I'm trying to do my own. And I also don't want to be annoying. You can tell when people start ignoring you. I've been doing this for a long time. So you don't want to get into that position. I think I'm already in that like we're ignoring you now position with the people in like the engineering fraud kind of part of the company I was working with. Like they just don't answer my emails anymore. And it could be easy. It could be as easy as saying like there are directives like don't talk to this guy. And I'm not because there's anything wrong, but it's like you're saying too much or like we can't just. You helped them, and that's it. And it could be as easy as that. I even called the dude and left him a voicemail, and he didn't respond to me. So I can take a hint, and I don't want to be annoying. But I feel my heart feels so heavy for the many people that are affected by this and they can't do anything, and it's in a state of permanent paralysis, basically, and that sucks. And I want so badly to get those people's accounts back. It really is like I fantasize about it because I know what it would mean to them to like have a list of people and be like, let's do this. Like here are the account names here that like get it all together and get these people their accounts back. Like you can do it. So we'll see. And I'm sorry that it's not been more effective. I feel like I've done everything I could publicly.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Sacred Symbols is brought to you by Shopify. When we started our merch store, figuring everything out on our own felt super overwhelming. Sourcing the products, figuring out the shipping, an inventory system, a website, and so much more. And as soon as you figure one thing out, another always seems to pop up. Finding the right tool to figure everything out was essential. For us and millions of other businesses, that tool is Shopify. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the US. From household names you know like Last Stand Media to brands just getting started. Get started with your own design studio. With hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. The best part? Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping to processing returns and beyond. Start your business today with the industry's best business partner, Shopify, and start hearing. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/sacred. Go to shopify.com/sacred. That's shopify.com/sacred.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, remote therapy that can help you where you are. Learn more for yourself at betterhelp.com/symbols, where you can get 10% off your first session. As we roll into the summer months here in the Northern Hemisphere, have you considered letting all of this extra sunlight act as a sort of disinfectant? See, simply being outside in nature and under the sun can be good for you, mind, body, and soul, and that alone is great. But when it comes to your mind, your spirit, and your outlook, therapy can be an exceptional force multiplier, because even if the sun is blazing, you may feel a little darker and colder within. As someone who has gone to therapy on and off since the early 90s, I can speak firsthand to its efficacy. Yet I also understand that there are enormous barriers to entry for lots of people, whether because of high cost, a lack of insurance, the inability to travel to a local practitioner, or even just getting the time off and away from responsibilities like work and family. What's great about BetterHelp is that it packs all of the might of good old-fashioned therapy, but with deeply 21st century sensibilities. This means that sessions are conducted via video, audio, or even just by text, totally remotely from wherever is comfortable for you at a time that makes the most sense with a reasonable price that won't break the bank. With more than 30,000 licensed therapists at their disposal, BetterHelp allows clients to move around to find the best fit with a professional of their choosing, and it's extremely important to note that those who use BetterHelp really, really like it. More than 6 million people have tried the service, 1.7 million of them have left client reviews, and the average score from those reviews is 4.9 out of 5 stars. You can't really argue with that. What you can argue with is whatever disposition you're currently flexing that keeps you away from the talk therapy that can help revolutionize your life. As the days get longer, will you take the first step? You don't have to say yes to everything this summer, except perhaps this. Find support in therapy. Sign up and get 10% off your first session at betterhelp.com/symbols. That's betterhelp.com/SYMBOLS. Again, for high quality, effective, and convenient remote therapy that's ready to help you right now, head to betterhelp.com/symbols. Merch, laststandmedia.store, t-shirts, sweatshirts, stickers, etc., etc., etc. Appreciate you over there. All right, let's get into some topics of discussion. And we already did one because we'd already talked about backrooms. So we only have a few more, and then we'll get into the news of the week. There's quite a bit to get through there as well. Matt Kennedy wrote into us on Patreon and says, "Hey, CDC, Colin, do you think people are using AI to craft questions that you're more likely to read? Is Sacred Symbols using AI questions unbeknownst to you in the audience? You mentioned that there are certain members of the audience that know how to write the kinds of inquiries that you will choose. However, what if there's a fine-tuned algorithm designed to pander to your specific taste, churning out slop that you're eating up week after week?" I'll take my answer off the air. It's possible. I will say, I don't want you to underestimate how much I rewrite some of this shit. You know, like I try to get new names and things that I think are interesting on there, and I often have to like fix and rewrite things. So like the things you're hearing are something like yours, I don't think I mess with at all, Matt. And many people can write in cogently, but often I'm fixing and writing and deleting and adding things to people's inquiries to make them readable, because a lot of you are illiterate, as it turns out. So are they using AI? I don't know.
Some of them should be, honestly.
What? Yeah, I mean,
some of them should maybe use the AI to like at least use the autocorrect. Maybe not write it, but run that through.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Say,
you know
hey,
what?
Make
use
sure
AI.
this makes sense.
Yeah, do it. Make my life easier. Who cares at this point? Who really gives a shit? So yeah, possibly people are using AI to craft their questions, but I wouldn't give anyone too much credit about their writing. Hartford the Whale wrote in, I think that's a Mallrats reference. Says, I blame you three. Everyone is writing in about warm, fuzzy meetings with other sacred members, but I was hit with the opposite. I was invited to a neighbor's Memorial Day weekend cookout, and it is a nerdy crew mostly centered around Magic the Gathering. Oh boy. I knew a few people, but I kept to the fringes of conversations until I heard something that got me excited. A group of people were discussing what order they put their shoes and socks on. Really? With excitement and committing assumacide, I jumped into the conversation asking who listens to sacred symbols, hoping to get a stand down. I was met with silence. Imagine the fun I had trying to explain why the #1 PlayStation podcast in the world was discussing what order to put your shoes and socks on. After doing so, I could be described simply as the gif of Homer Simpson backing into the bushes to disappear. Thanks, guys. Come on, man. You can't be Magic the Gathering people. It's the doldrums.
Yeah, we're a step above. We're a slightly higher class.
Evidently not.
Maybe not.
It's just like you were too uncool for the Magic the Gathering. I think this is in my opinion, this is a rookie mistake. A rookie social mistake. Right. It's just like, oh, people are discussing a topic, and instead of simply discussing the topic with them, you've jumped into, has anybody seen this? And the this that you're talking about, by the way, is a hyper specific podcast about the games industry. No, it's not like a movie or something. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, oh yeah, all right, I've heard of that. Or most people like you can't be doing this with podcasts. Podcasts are such an awkward thing to discuss. I would recommend never bringing them up. Personally, I genuinely cannot think of a situation where I would be like, you guys listen to this podcast? Because the answer is never going to be yes.
Right. It's two little micro communities.
Yeah. They're so long and there's so many of them. What are you doing?
Yeah, you gotta.
you can't blame us for this, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think you're right, Chris. I think it was blunderous. I think
blunderous.
Matt. Yeah, it's a perfect.
That's good.
Perfect adjective. I think Magic the Gathering. I've said it before. I liked Magic in the 90s when it was. I used to play it a little bit. I think it's too much for me now. There's too much going on. There's too many cards. It's all about money now. Although I think Wizards of the Coast is a little better about that. Like they overpublish and overprint shit. I think to fuck with people, which I would do the same thing. Like I can't. Didn't we say this a few weeks ago that I do not understand why Nintendo doesn't just print the fuck out of Pokemon cards. It is literally like almost free to print them. Yeah. All the money goes into the design of the cards and all the like printing the card. Who gives a shit?
If you make the cards less rare, though, then the chase desire goes down and you sell less packs because people are buying the packs in hopes of that rare chase card.
Yeah, I guess. I feel like if that's your mentality, that's fair, but it's then therefore not about the sanctity of the game, which to Wizards' credit, they did Magic. They were worried about the sanctity of Magic, as a game. And because as I understand, no one really plays the Pokemon game. Is that true? Like people do play Magic, like they play it.
Well, yeah, there are people that play Pokemon, but it is much smaller than the people that collect it. Yeah. There's so many more people that just buy and collect it than actually play it.
You got to tap the mana, bro.
Tap the mana.
Turn the card sideways.
I never played the Pokemon card game. Not once. I think I was just like, what are we doing? There's already games for this.
Yeah, like just go play Pokemon.
Just go play Pokemon. There's already card games are so alien to me, genuinely. Like I authentically do not. They do not work for me at all. Cards are for buying things.
I like the idea of a card game, but the problem with it, Chris, is that you have to find other people to play it with you. I remember that with Star Wars customizable card game, which I got into in the late 90s, where I'm like, I'm the only person that has this.
Right.
So what am I going to do? Magic, at least other people around me played it.
Yeah.
I wonder where my Magic cards are. I don't think I sold them. I wonder if I just unintentionally have valuable cards because I really was playing in like 96, 97.
The White Lotus.
Yeah, that's like isn't there like $100,000 card or something crazy like that?
Yeah. I think that's it. Right. Hold on.
You might.
Yeah, maybe I do. I mean, I'm sure I played with them, so they're not going to be in good shape. Yeah, I didn't bend them or anything, but I'm sure like the edges are all fucked up. And I was also seeing a thing, Dustin, you probably know more about this. People complaining about that rating system for cards, like the rating company, and how they like refuse to give people 10s.
Oh, PSA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was reading this synopsis where they were like, they give famous people 10s and then they give everyone else 9s for like they're pristine cards.
To my understanding, they're wildly inconsistent. So I don't know whether there's like a famous person conspiracy. I mean, clearly they would want the person that's like making content like, oh, I just got my cards back from PSA. Let's do big reveal. And then it's like, oh my God, it's a 10, you know, like that looks good. That makes people want to send in.
Is there a rival company?
I know there are multiple, but I think PSA is kind of the big one. But
it's kind of like a nice little interesting thing they got going on when you think about it. It's like it's a self-perpetuating company, right?
Yeah. Them and Graded Games, dude. Graded Games is a huge business now, and I hate it.
Yeah, I feel I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think we actually might get into some of this later about collecting games. I don't know for sure. I don't know if I kept that question or not.
I think you did. It's at the end, but we can do it then.
Hartford, the Whale. God, I love Mallrats.
Oh, I wanted to speak on this, on his specific scenario.
Yeah.
I've noticed there's a thing with a lot of our audience that I think we do have a unique audience in that while it is, we have a unique audience. We have a unique thing going on where we are not small. We're not huge though. There's like, you know, many gaming podcasts that are much bigger than us, but our level of audience interaction is super high, whether that's through Patreon, like people signing up or comments or whatever. Like our level of interactivity, probably blows a lot of bigger podcasts out of the water, I would assume. So I think that there's audience members that get an assumption about how big the show is based on that. And that's where Hartford fucked up. It's like, no. As Chris was saying, it's like, it is still very niche. It's a niche podcast. When I go to Too Many Games, which is like one of the main retro conventions in the country, nobody knows who I am there.
Oh God, what a dream.
It's nice. I mean, there are I don't want to say nobody. When we're doing our panel, there are listeners there that are there to come to the panel, but by and large, overall, it's not like you and Greg at PSX where you needed security to go to the merch store.
Yeah, that was crazy. Do you remember that? Were you there for that? They shut down the merch store for us.
I think I was actually nearby. I was
like, what is it?
Right.
Did I tell you that it was the one place where I felt truly famous?
Oh, I'm sure.
PSX.
Yeah.
Where I was like, I really am famous here, which is like everyone knows who I am here. I kind of hated it, to be honest. But
that was your first interaction with Brandon that I think I told you about.
Oh, right.
You were running somewhere and Brandon was like, hey, Colin. And you're like, hey. And then you just kept running. And Brandon was like, yeah, I don't really know him, really.
That's funny.
I was like, oh, that was Colin.
Strange. I'm probably much more. Someone that was working on my backyard was asking me, he's like, do you get recognized? And I'm like, occasionally, but like, I don't really go anywhere. So it's not, but I have been dead up. I'm pretty sure that the person that, we go to this restaurant pretty often, and the owner of it, I think knows who I am, because he always he shakes my hand and stuff like that when I come in, like,
oh, funny,
like during dinner and stuff like that or whatever. And I'm like, hey, and I'm like, I don't think I'm not as famous as you think I am. This is also, for this area, I'm pretty famous, I guess.
He thinks you have a food podcast.
Yeah.
And he just hasn't listened. He's like,
and he's a really nice guy. I like him a lot. Yeah. I mean, it's great food, but yeah, I've tried to read into that. It's like I told you when I ran in, like I was walking through the neighborhood and I was like walking past these two girls and they were like, are you the streamer? And like my heart sank, because I thought for like many years, I'm like, no one in this neighborhood knows who I am, which is awesome, you know? And I'm like, shit, someone recognized me. And then it started kind of circulating around people who I was. And now the last year or so, I see like people are a little, it's not everyone, but some people are like a little nicer to me maybe. And things like that. I'm like, that's interesting. First of all, I think You're over. I think when you do something where you have like a presence of some sort on the internet, that's like, no matter how big you are, that's a big deal to a lot of people. And I'm like, no, you could, I'm like pretty minor actually. But I remember my heart sinking so bad when they said that, because I was like, so I think I told you, like, I walked by them diagonally because I didn't want to come behind them on the sidewalk and scare them. They're like just two like 14-year-old girls or whatever. And I'm like walking really fast, like trying to get my heart rate up. So I just like, and so like I walked diagonally like across the street, and I'm like, excuse me, I just didn't want to scare you. That's what I said to them. And I walked, and then they're like, are you the streamer? And I was like, no.
It's awesome.
And it's probably like their brother or something, or like a dad or someone that they know said it. And I'm like, fuck, like who is it? Who blew up my spot?
Just say no.
Yeah, that would have been funny. But like, no.
I think I did that to somebody recently I was at a flea market recently, and I was at a do you know those boxcar races that they do? The Red Bull. I was at one of those recently.
Whoa.
And
I'm jealous.
It was really cool. The thing about it though is that like it's so everybody crowds up against the thing, so it's kind of hard to get like a real like front row to it. And so they have these big screens. So it was basically like I was watching the YouTube feed outside for most of it, but it was cool. But like somebody was like, "Are you Chris Reagan?" I was like, "No." Which is like it's not real, because like I was wearing this, I think too. So it's just like I'm wearing the same shit that I always wear. So I'm clearly me. I don't know anybody else who has an army patrol cap that walks around like this. So he knew I was lying, but he laughed about it. So I think he appreciated it.
Yeah, still, that's like, kind of your thing.
It's always uncomfortable when you get recognized in like a really uncomfortable. I'm glad it's never happened to me at like a doctor's office.
Oh, yeah.
Or something like that. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh man, I'm literally in scrubs right now.
I do you remember, Chris? You probably don't, but like when I first moved here, like I left Christmas 2019, and so I was here like beginning in 2020, and I was like I was here for a little while, and I was like just kind of casually dating this girl, and we went to dinner, and she was asking me like, do you get recognized like for, and I'm like, no, not really. Like I used to more when I was like did bigger things. And then dead ass, someone in that restaurant recognized me, to the point where we thought it was hysterical because I was like, it looked like a setup.
Yeah. It's like that Fortnite kid that we talk about all the time.
I love that. That's one of my favorite memories of me and you is like, is just us bitching about Fortnite and then walking by that kid in Los Angeles.
You can't escape Fortnite. Then like immediately. Like on the dime, it's just some kid talking about V-Bucks or something.
It was crazy. It was like we were just on some random street. It wasn't even like, not even like Colorado or any of these bigger places or beach or ocean or anything. We're on like, some fucking side street. Walking to the diner.
Yeah, we're walking to that diner. What was the diner again?
Is it Izzy's?
Izzy's.
Yeah.
You brought your straw.
Right. I used to bring, you remember that? So in Santa Monica, I think it was all of LA, but it might have just been Santa Monica. They wouldn't give you plastic straws anymore. They'd give you the shite paper straws. And so I bought plastic straws on Amazon, and when Chris and I were, I go out anywhere, I would bring a plastic straw with me.
They've largely undone that. Like there's not a lot of paper straws anymore.
It's so disgusting. People
were like, this doesn't work.
No, it's fucking gross. Also, who cares? I'm sorry, like, seriously, think about it, right? Like, think about it. Who gives a fuck about plastic straws? Look around. The plastic bag thing is much more sympathetic to me. We have literal islands in the Pacific Ocean made of them. Right.
Yeah.
Like, to me, I'm like, plastic straws, like, what a basically, they were like, we got to do something. The thing that's most annoying that will do the least amount. Okay, let's make everyone use paper straws, and we'll pretend that we've revolutionized everything. Go fuck yourselves.
Do you remember how we used to have paper cups and plastic straws?
Yes.
And then now all the cups are plastic, but suddenly the straw needs to be paper.
Right.
Now that's a good observation.
Why?
That's a
why we just made we're still in the like positive on plastic because of the stupid plastic cup. Go back to the paper cup. It's fine. There's no problem with the paper cup.
I'm gonna be real. The paper cup, to be honest with you, but like,
I'm not saying
the paper cup was not as bad as the paper straw. I will say.
Right.
But I still hate it. I hate it. Like, so the thing about the paper cup is that it always felt like it was going to be as bad as the paper straw. Like it always felt like I was going to accidentally crush it or tear it. I never did, but I was always anxious about it. I never liked it.
It was like there's like a thin layer of wax between you and disaster with those cups, you know? Like,
yeah.
I don't go to Chick-fil-A really anymore because it's like what you long for it so much until you have access to it, and then you're like, I don't really want to do this anymore. It's exactly what happened to me with In-N-Out, and like how I crave the fuck out of In-N-Out now, but you couldn't even pay me to go to In-N-Out by the time I left California. You know, I was like, enough. And so, but they got rid of the styrofoam cups, right? Which is a very Southern thing. And because people don't realize that, like, that whole thing is to keep your drink cold. That's why they do it. They're not trying to be dickheads. It's because they're huge in like Alabama, where it's 800 degrees. So, and by the way, speaking of temperatures, we're in the midst. I said this on the stream, right, Dustin? We're in the midst of the the yearly European air conditioning debate on social media right now. If anyone has been privy to that, where it never ends. They'll complain about it being 75 degrees, which is like what it's every day here in Virginia. And then they'll say like they can't do air conditioning. It's like, just get an air conditioner. Just get an air conditioner. It's fine. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's worth, not dying of heat stroke.
I'm telling you straight up that this explains the discrepancy between the European and American economies as far as production per person. They are so heat exhausted.
Oh, I bet.
I'm not even being facetious. Imagine living in a place where you have no air conditioning and it's just fucking muggy and hot and like, what are you going to do?
I mean, you can see that literally in just comparing New York and LA. The speed that people move in New York City, because they're like, I'm fine. I can go. I'm not exhausted. Over here, people are like chill. They walk as if they've got nowhere to be.
Right. It's the only way you can live.
It's because I get it. Yeah, I've done 20-minute walks when the sun's out. It's like, you're not moving fast. Why the fuck would you?
It's gross.
It's horrible.
You're in a catch-22. It's like the old adage about how like the best way to stay dry during rain is to walk slowly because you're lowering your I guess the square footage that the rain could hit at any one time.
Right, because you're not running into like a ton of forward-facing rain.
It's like you're exposed to the sun. I'm a very fast walker by nature. And it's like, so is the idea to get out of the sun as quickly as possible? Or is the idea to like manage your time in the sun so that you are not overheated? I think there's, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But I'll tell you, man, the hottest place I ever was in my life was Palm Springs.
Palm Springs.
Yeah, Chris, you and I have talked about this where I literally like, I'll admit it. Like I almost fainted. I got up from dinner and like went outside. I had a few drinks in me and stuff. And I'm like, dude, like, holy fuck. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy that people live like this.
Is that clip of Larry David fainting?
Yeah. When he finds out that his wife has cancer.
Dude, Palm Springs is, I think it was like 117 or 118 degrees or something. And I was like, how the construction workers who built this place didn't know something was wrong? It's insane to me that it's as hot as it is over there. Like, it makes no sense to me.
We have so much space in the United States. It's like the one thing we don't need is more space. It's like, you don't have to live here.
Yeah, you don't have to, dude.
Go somewhere else. You're like right next to Death Valley. Can you fucking, it's awful. I think Palm Springs is really cool, but I was there and I was like, this is insanity. I can't ever come back to this place. It's like Vegas in the summer too. It's like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
If you got like a really cold pool, I bet it's awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
I bet like that Palm Springs with a pool probably is the sickest thing ever. Because you're always in this state of like a maximum, in like, I don't know how to describe, like maximum comfort, I guess. Because you're always getting relieved from the other thing. Whereas like here, it's just like, I'm not really being relieved when I go outside. It's just like slightly colder.
It's like, you don't have to live there. There's nothing binding you to this land.
Like a tithe,
right? Yeah, like you're a serf. Like they sell the land and you go with it.
Right. Oh God.
Hartford the Whale. Thanks for the fun conversation that spawned off of your inquiry, your anodyne inquiry about Magic the Gathering, which is a game people still play. By the way, Magic the Gathering, I will say this as far as video games are concerned, I don't know if you feel this way, is much more Xbox encoded. Like, do you remember that the Magic the Gathering games were actually Xbox exclusive? Like, a lot of them never ever came to PSN.
Yes, I do. I vaguely remember this.
It was like one of the weird things. Like, if you're a Magic fan, you're the good chance. It's like what we say about MLB The Show. Like, you're kind of passively a baseball fan. You're probably a PlayStation player. If you were a Magic person for some years, you were probably an Xbox player.
Yeah,
so get the fuck out of here. This ain't the show for you. Go to the Defining Duke podcast and leave me alone. Andrew Singo wrote in and said, hello, esteemed gentlemen. About 5 years ago, I wrote in asking what I should name my now 4-year-old son. I'm pretty sure you guys settled on the Tetris piece Smash Boy. Now my wife is expecting again, due in a few weeks, with a baby girl. The question is simple. What do you guys want to name her? Tifa, 2B, Millennia? The naming rights are available and I await your response. How about Roll?
Oh.
We'll keep the Mega Man stuff going a little bit.
Well, I have a problem with the question before we even get to that point. He never confirmed if he named his son Smash Boy.
Right.
So why should we even spend time thinking about this?
That's a good point.
And offering suggestions if he didn't use our fucking last one?
Is it is Smash Boy at least the middle name? Jonathan Smash Boy Singo.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a name, Smash Boy. I think you fucked up if you didn't take that. Now, 2B is kind of a cool name. You don't want to, but why would you want to name your own daughter?
That's the thing.
After a deeply, like Tifa, like a sexualized character.
That's the thing with all. That's the thing with all three of these. To be honest, like it's a little odd. Millennia is like the least of the three, but she's got like a thing going on. Like I don't know.
Isn't she the queen of rot?
Yeah, but she's naked, right? Isn't she? Isn't that her whole thing? Is that she's like she's decaying, I guess. So it's not like particularly nice to see.
Maybe in phase 2. Oh yeah, in phase 2 she is. That's when her.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, don't name your daughter Tifa.
Yeah, don't do that.
You can't do that.
Don't do that. It's a decent name, to be fair. To be terrible.
How about Splash Woman for Mega Man 9? What else?
Yeah,
I don't have any good ideas. Aloy,
Clyde from Pac-Man. That's the only Pac-Man ghost I know.
Clyde, yeah, they all have different personalities too, right? Like programming personalities. One always follows you, I think. Right, one always tries to cut you off. I think something like that.
One has anxious avoidance. One has one's on Lexapro.
Yeah, one's schizophrenic.
Oh God,
I don't know that I have any ideas. I mean, I'm really all my energies are with Dustin's child right now in terms of that's going to be a big one for me, and I don't know. So I don't know. I don't have any answers for you. I just don't. Yeah, I think the options you presented are too weird. It reminds me of when everyone was naming their child Khaleesi.
Oh yeah.
Without I remember saying that at the time over and over again. Like, you don't know how this ends. This could be, and you kind of look like a dickhead now. Not to spoil anything.
You know, you should Lois.
Lois.
That's a good name.
After
I think.
After
and it's
Family
like
Guy.
Well, I was thinking more Superman, but like, yeah, I guess that is the second most famous Lois.
Indeed.
That's a good name. It's like there's a lot of older names that I think are kind of like they've gone out of style, like people don't use anymore. But I think this is still perfectly good name. Like Lois is far from a Gretchen, you know.
Gretchen, yeah, I knew. At
least in my opinion.
Yeah,
you know a Gretchen.
I knew one in middle school. Yeah, Gretchen. Yeah,
is she still with us?
I've never talked to her since then, so I don't know. Probably not. To be fair, probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting name. Lois is a good name. I mean, there's a whole thing, Jerry Seinfeld, like having an obsession with that name for obvious reasons, I guess. Then there are ones where like you don't really know, like what are you thinking with that? You know, Edna.
Edna's rough.
Yeah, I mean that's fine, but it's like you gotta be born 45. years old.
You have to be, no younger. You have to be born an elderly person.
And there's a character, like a child character in A Handmaid's Tale named Agnes.
Agnes.
And I'm like, yeah, that's another, like, you got to be old to get, you have to be named something else. And then when you're 60, we can rename you to Agnes.
That hard consonant into another hard consonant. Edna. Agnes. Rough, dude.
Yeah, the G into the N. Yeah.
I don't like it at all.
Yeah. Hopefully there's no one with that name listening right now.
Yeah, sorry.
Don't worry, we have no female listeners.
Yeah.
The silent minority wrote in and said, hi guys, quick question. Is it just me or does this show have way more drama than any other podcast out there? What is going on? I don't think we have any real drama.
It simply can't be true.
I think we're just crazy. I think there's a fine line and a difference between those two things, in my opinion. Drama, first of all, there's got to be, like, podcasts out there probably have real drama. Look what happened with Jaffe when he was on that podcast.
Oh, yeah.
That's real drama. What did he do?
Right.
He did something to them. I don't remember what it was.
I can't remember exactly.
Dustin, what did he do? What did he do that he got in trouble? Oh, he made fun of the owner's, like, wife or something.
I think he mentioned the owner's wife's vagina or something.
Oh, right. That's right. What it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a little worse than making fun of her. Yeah.
Jaffe has his flares with the drama, like the picture of the guy's grave or the dad's grave. And he said, this is an Xbox. He has a flair for that.
Dude, that is one of the all-time funniest things I think I've ever seen on the platform.
I know, I remember seeing that and being like, man, oh man. Because everyone just likes being mad at Jaffe, but that was fucking funny. Like, that's objectively funny. You know?
There's very few tweets that I laugh out loud at. I think maybe I can count on one hand in the last, like, 5 years, the tweets that I've laughed out loud at. That is one of them. I howled when I saw that, because I would have never thought to say something like that.
I know, it's so.
And I feel like I'm in that mind. I don't mind saying shit like that, but, like, it wouldn't have even occurred to me.
Oh, that's good shit. That's good
stuff.
shit. God bless you, David Jaffe. All right, let's get into the news.
Yeah,
it's time to do that. We begin with a couple FYIs. I wanted to begin with this first FYI, which comes from the PlayStation blog. In fact, both of them come from the PlayStation blog, but we'll start here. MLB The Show Mobile from San Diego Studio is now available globally. So we've been covering this game for a little while, and we know that it was emerging in certain smaller markets that are baseball friendly, like the Philippines, where they can test out and see what's going on with the game. And now it's available anywhere you are with your Apple or Android device. It's free to play, although there are going to be microtransactions in it for you to peruse if you want. And here's the bullet points they have for the game, by the way. Quote, best in class MLB The Show gameplay on your phone. Team building with Topps cards, Topps the brand, featuring today's stars and legends of baseball history. Gameplay that combines on-field action with a deck building strategy made for fans of MLB The Show. Shorter experiences designed just for mobile with all new mini game modes for a new way to compete. So you can go check it out. It's pretty interesting. I like what they're doing here, and I think this will actually work for them. But I will say, and I remember us noting this many times or several times after we talked about this game in the past, ultimately this game needs to connect to the game on console. And I'm not saying that you need to be able to play it and it carry over, though that would be pretty cool. I mean, remember Vita did that, where you could, like, play on your Vita, carry your season over to the PS4 and then carry it back to the Vita. And that's super cool. And that would be neat if they could do something like that. But rather, I look at this as like something like on the old VMU or Pocket Station, like something you can do to get a player better or do something, some managerial shit or whatever, wherein it really makes like a whole ecosystem for the MLB The Show. Because I think that would be really attractive for fans of the game. Because people like my nephew's obsessed with MLB The Show. Like, the people that play that game love it. And so instead of giving them two different experiences, which is cool for now, hopefully they'll be able to tie them together and make them this cogent one thing. And this is a game that needs to be on mobile. And I'm glad that Sony has decided to pursue this. And ironically, this will probably be their first success story of any note in mobile, and they didn't need an external team to do it. So good on them. Are you guys, you're not baseball fans. I wonder, I mean, it's kind of worth checking out because it's free. It's like, well, what is like really the big deal. And then you'll get microtransacted into the atmosphere, buying your card packs.
Yeah. I don't like video games being on my phone, I think.
Yeah, I'm not into it either, really.
You know? I like having this. I guess it's an old school mentality now, but I like having devices for specific things. I like that my phone doesn't have video games on it. I like that my video game console isn't a phone. Although I guess you could.
Yeah, like the N-Gage.
Do voice chat or whatever, but yeah.
Oh,
the iconic N-Gage.
We're getting to the point where like there are probably a lot of younger people that don't even know what the N-Gage is.
Oh, 100%. Like,
which is
I don't have any reason to know what it is. I would only see it at Software Etc. when I would go to get like video games or whatever. It would be this like little, not even like a particularly big presence, but it would be like a little sliver of like a booth or something, like N-Gage. And I'm like, oh.
Dude, I thought it looked so cool when I was a kid. And I remember telling my dad, like, it would be so cool. He's like, you're not getting a phone. Because I was like 8 or something. It's like, what would it's like, the phone aspect was kind of cool, but the idea of like, whoa, it's a phone and it's a game console. Dude, and the games for N-Gage just look absolutely terrible.
There were some weird ones too. Wasn't Morrowind or something like that on N-Gage? Like something insane like that.
Let's see.
Morrowind N-Gage.
Am I making that up?
The Elder Scrolls Travels Shadow Key.
Okay.
Shadow Key. That's so crazy.
I remember that because I was an intern at IGN when N-Gage was like prevalent in any way. That we even had an N-Gage part of the site and like hired an N-Gage editor, as I recall. And it had like its brief moment. You know, it really never had a moment, but it was like relevant for a little while. Like it had an E3 presence, and
there were two models of it. Like there was a launch model and then like an updated N-Gage. So it had, they at least tried.
Yeah, Nokia.
But
yeah,
it's I'm looking at gameplay of this Elder Shadow Key now, and it's both better than I thought it would look, considering it's a phone from like 2005 or whatever the hell. But this ain't it.
Yeah, it was a weird one. And the side talking thing, do you guys remember that you had to hold it to the side to talk into it? And it became like, that was a very early internet meme. There was even a website called Side Talking, I want to say, where it would be like pictures of people doing that.
I feel like I remember playing a Call of Duty mobile game on like flip phones a long ass time ago.
Yeah, I think there was this idea that you would really play meaningful game experiences on those screens, which is so funny. You can barely do it on a beautiful iPhone.
I know.
You do it on this bullshit with like no refresh and like 5 colors.
Oh, God.
Side talking. Good times. All right. So that's available. Go check that out if you want. MLB The Show Mobile. For all you baseball fans out there, we are in the midst of baseball season, of course. And then the other FYI is that Marathon Season 2 arrives June 2nd. We already know this, and this is the day of State of Play. So I assume this will have some sort of presence at the State of Play as well. We could talk about this as much or as little as you want, but the big news here is that the game will be free to play for a week. So they write in part on the PlayStation blog, quote, "What secrets lurk in the dark as night descends on Marathon's second season? Season 2 is coming June 2nd, bringing new challenges, new opportunities, and new ways to play. You'll be able to try out Season 2 for yourself with Marathon Open Play Week from June 2nd through 9th. During Open Play Week," by the way, if you look at the PlayStation blog, there is an egregious, it's like 4 spaces between the dash after 2 and the 9. What are we doing?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's not even like one space. That's like, it's like, come on, guys. During Open Play Week, the full game will be available on PlayStation 5. No PlayStation Plus membership required. And any progress you make will carry over into Season 2. You guys going to be playing with a bunch of scrubs. What do you think of that, Chris? Think this will help the game?
I don't know. I mean, I think so. I think Marathon's odd. Like, I think that first week of a new season is kind of imperative. And so I do think it helps to, this is not surprising is what I'm saying. Like, because I think they did this with the first season. It's a good way to get people in when everybody's like starting fresh and everybody's like, people aren't trouncing you with their insane gear right off the jump. Although they have map knowledge and stuff that'll help them, no doubt. But yeah, I mean, they put out I actually don't think it'll be at the State of Play now because they did they already put out like a Vidoc and a trailer where they go into things pretty extensively. So it'd be kind of redundant now. But everything in it looks fucking cool. Like they've got a pitch black map. There's like flashlights and shit. It's like actually like truly dark, which is something that I've lamented with a lot of games. Like a lot of games like say, it's a nighttime level, but it's like, it's really daytime blue, you know? It's daytime with blue. And it's like, I can see perfectly fine. I don't need this flashlight at all. So I like that they're leaning into that. It looks, I don't know, it looks cool. But also, like, there's a lot of factors going against Marathon. Some earned, some unearned that I don't know. I think it will bump, but like I don't know how much of a difference it'll make. It'll depend on how the game lands when people actually try it.
Captain Canada wrote in and said, greetings and salutations, CDC. With the announcement of a free-to-play week for Marathon beginning June 2nd alongside the Season 2 launch, do we feel that this is Sony hitting the panic button? Will this meaningfully move the needle for Marathon? I'm guessing that the game will be discounted during the free trial week to encourage buy-in players who enjoy it. The game looks and plays great, but I worry that at some point Sony may view it as unsustainable. I'll hang myself in a closet for sexual pleasure like the late, great David Carradine and listen now. Thank you for that, Captain Canada. Dustin, is Sony hitting the panic button with this move?
No. Absolutely not. I don't think so. I think a panic button would be a much more drastic measure, like permanently making it free to play. I think would be a panic button moment. But I think this is awesome, making this free to play for a week. I think it would be a great decision, even if the game was doing insanely well in terms of numbers, to be like, hey, it's, for a multiplayer game like this, and maybe your friend's asking you to play it or something like that, it's like you want to maybe be able to try it out. And the fact that it's a whole week can really give players enough time to get past the terrible onboarding of the game. And that's one thing that they're actively working on. They're saying, like, we know the onboarding is bad. We know that the questing at points doesn't work very well. And in that Vidoc that Chris mentioned is all things that they're talking about and addressing. And so what I'm most curious about this is just that Marathon, the people that have stuck with Marathon in the last 3 months have put insane hours into this game in 3 months. And I think that it has been percolating even outside that core player base. People are like, okay, well, maybe there's something to this game. But maybe they don't want to spend the $40 to check it out because they don't know. They don't know if it's going to be for them. And so giving people that opportunity after all of the word of mouth from the actual players, not some fucker of the Steam chart on Twitter, from the actual people playing it, I don't know. It could really be a big boost. It could also not. It's hard to say. Like Season 2, they're making some drastic changes to the game, the way the gear system works. There's like a whole new like character stat section that they're adding. Yeah. And so it's possible, while it feels unlikely based on what I've seen, I think it looks amazing, but it's possible it doesn't land. And the 7 days just confirms to people that they're like, nah, I'm not interested. But I think it's a great decision. And I'm curious too how they, in terms of Captain Canada saying like, is the game, will Sony view it as unsustainable? In that video doc and things that the director said, they're already planning like up to 5 seasons of this game. So I think Marathon is safe for the foreseeable future. Sony could pull the plug early, but I just think that there's too much momentum with Marathon in terms of like, they see the potential. They see how many hours the players are playing. They know something is here. It's just how do they morph that into something that is probably a little more palatable to a general audience, because they made a very expensive niche game. Yeah. And they have to change things.
It's very hardcore. They've already kind of like softened a lot of, and they're talking about that PvE mode too, which I think will help. I think I would have actually maybe even when the PvE mode drops, I would maybe even do another free weekend, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I don't think that's like a bad strategy with an extraction game, really. Like, I think I would even suggest that maybe at the beginning of every season it's available for free for a short period of time.
That's exactly what I'm so glad you said that. I was gonna say that is like, why not just make that a thing? You know?
Yeah, I just think it benefits kind of everybody, and it also, I think, builds some goodwill in a time where Bungie like desperately needs that, again, for reasons earned and unearned. I think I don't know. From what I saw of the update, I think it looks great. I think it looks really cool. I think they've tightened up some of the pain points. Not all of them, because it is still going to be like a very skill-based game. But I've had some friends who I didn't anticipate jumping onto Marathon. I've seen them on Marathon now. They weren't on for like the first like they weren't on until like the last week, and I saw them. It's like, oh, you're playing Marathon? I was like, yeah, I'm trying to get my feet wet, and I just told them like everything's gonna wipe in like a week. You know that, right? And they're like, all right, I'll just jump in for season 2 or whatever. I told them they should still play. They should learn the maps and stuff. But there is a thing with the end of the season where I'm like, I'm not really playing that much right now, because I'm just like, I'm more excited for what the season 2 is going to be.
Yeah, that
nighttime map looks sick.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I'm done.
I was going to say, I think they need to make some sort of. I'm an outsider to the game, obviously, but like, I love the idea of everyone wiping and starting again. So I'm not saying that that's a bad idea, but there needs to be something about your account or something like and maybe there is, and I just don't know this. Like, you should get like some sort of armor or skins or something like that, like carry over and memorialize forever your accomplishments in this. Yeah, in ways that don't unbalance the game, but rather just let people know that you're good or that you did something. I think that's a cool idea.
They had an emblem. They have like emblems right now are that kind of thing where it's just like, I have an emblem now. It's like level 100 or whatever, and I'll keep that. Like even when it resets and we're back to level 0, I'll have that 100 badge or whatever to show that I was there. And there's some like other stuff too. There's like badges for like, oh, you were in the server slam and the alpha test and stuff like that. So I think they've got some of that. I do want there to be more in that regard. I do think I understand the idea of going with classes and characters because it's good for like silhouette recognition and it's good for like intel gathering, where it's just like if you see a silhouette, you just like, oh, I know what character that is. I know what abilities I'm dealing with. But I would be lying if I said I didn't miss that Bungie customization of being able to choose your armor pieces or whatever and be rewarded armor pieces based on what you did. Like that is a cool thing that they kind of left in the dust, which is a bit of a bummer, but I don't know. I like Marathon a lot. I know people think I'm like pretending somehow. As if I would. Dude, there are games that I really like that I can't play for more than 20 hours. And I've put like almost 300 hours into this. I love it a lot. And I'll be playing season 2. We'll probably have like a meaningful. I think I talked about it in the Discord. We might have a meaningful Bungie oriented sacred boss or something.
I would love for you to do that. There's a lot of good people for you to pull from for that. So
yeah, I'm curious. I obviously have to wait and see what that week looks like and scheduling and all that stuff. But there's a lot to talk about, really. And I think it's all interesting.
Yeah, we'll definitely do that, time allowing. We'll let Chris handle that. I'm interested in how they can salvage Marathon. Salvage is really the wrong word. It's fine. I think it's a cool game. It's doing well. I do think actually in the next story we're going to talk about, which is Bungie related, there's an interesting piece of information people are not tuning into because there's other interesting stuff in this story that people are more tuned into. So we'll get into that now. And by the way, I know some people are tired of hearing about Bungie and Marathon, but like we are, as I said earlier in the show, and I say all the time, we are captive to the news. Like Sony bought this studio for no reason. This game is extremely relevant to the ecosystem. And go blame Jim Ryan. Go to the UK and fucking knock on his door and blame him. Don't blame me. But the next story comes from Bloomberg. Jason Schreier over there. This story went live, I think, just maybe a day or so after we last recorded. So people that listen to the show sequentially will remember that we were recording and the news broke and we were able to include the news that Destiny 2 would no longer continue. So that's kind of where we left it. And then we had a sort of on the fly impromptu conversation about what the future might be, including the potential of a Destiny 3. Then we published a podcast. Jason published the story and gave us more clarity, kind of undoing a lot of that conversation. And here's what it says. It says, quote, Sony Group Corp's Bungie unit is planning a significant number of layoffs as it ends development on the long-running online shooter game Destiny 2. according to people familiar with the studio's plans. The company doesn't have a new project lined up for Destiny 2's development team after the game comes to an end next month, according to the people, who asked not to be identified because they weren't authorized to speak to press. Bungie doesn't plan to immediately enter production on a Destiny 3, they said. The number of job cuts was unknown. Bungie's staff are looking to pitch and begin development of new projects, including in the Destiny franchise, but none have been greenlit. And there's no guarantee that any will move forward in a challenging market that has led companies like Sony to raise prices and cut costs. Headquartered in Bellevue, Washington, Bungie is one of the most expensive studios to operate, given the cost of paying tech-savvy workers in suburban Seattle and the longevity of its staff. Bungie is also investing more in the extraction shooter Marathon, which has not met sales expectations since its March release. So that's new information that I feel like no one is talking about. That's actually maybe the most interesting part of this, but which the company hopes will expand its player base over time. The studio has moved some staff from the Destiny team to Marathon in recent months. So we can expand on this more, but again, I want to reiterate, though the big news here is that there's going to be layoffs, and that's sad, I felt like that was somewhat obvious. If you're spooling things up and people are pitching, you do not need this team. And remember, we said last week that I think the team has gone from 1,400 people to something like, it's like in the 700s now, right? And I think it's going to go down to probably the 500s at the most.
Mm-hmm.
And that's some bloodletting. It can't be, I feel bad even saying it over and over again, but it just to predicate the conversation around like, what the fuck did Sony do this for? Like, this is a level of financial suicide that I've never seen them execute in ever. Even Concord makes this look like this is like 5 Concords. So
it reminded me of like Joe Biden. This is like 5 9/11s. Right. This is 5 Concords.
So, but just to linger first on the idea that I think it's fair to assume Marathon didn't sell great, but I was wondering what Sony's expectations were. And that if they were savvy enough to understand that this wasn't going to go great for them. And so that it didn't meet their expectations internally makes me feel like you guys are still bullish. Like, what don't you get about what's happening here with the studio and these kinds of games and under your tutelage? I think that's kind of a concerning point. You think it would have met their expectations and that they realized what they had, especially with the lack of advertising, which seemed deliberate. We talked even on PlayStation Network, it's as if the game doesn't exist. They could very easily plaster it everywhere. They don't. And I don't know. That's been the truth since before the game came out. Mm-hmm. And I always wondered if that was because it's becoming more tailored to your tastes. And so I wouldn't see things like Marathon, but I see things like Football Club and Call of Duty and things I never play. So it's not that, I don't think.
I did get a Marathon screen on my PlayStation store the other day, but it's ironic because I already own it on PlayStation. So I was like, good one, guys.
Yeah.
I've never seen it before until just the other day.
That real estate is valuable and Sony is paid money for that real estate, whether through lump sum payments or, different. So like if your game is featured, it might be a different cut for you, that kind of thing. So you don't want to waste that space, but there's no more premium on a game than your first party games. I don't really understand that, but let's talk a little bit about this, Chris. Layoffs, not a huge surprise. Sad. We'll see like what the bloodletting is there. The bigger problem, I think, is what are you doing? Like, what have you been doing? You didn't get anything else going? So Gummy Bears was taken from them. We know that. So we have to be fair, right? Like that team and the people working on it and the game were taken. I don't think that was going to be the next big thing they were doing anyway. It seemed like an incubation project, not unlike Riot's fighting game and all this other shit. It's like, it's not really the meat and potatoes. Sure. But Destiny 3 seems like such an obvious. Why else would you even bother buying the team? And people seem really upset about this. So what is your take?
Yeah. Well, I do want to mention too, because like when the news broke last time, we had so little time to really take it in. It happened while it was also happened in the middle of discussing something else that was quite serious. So like,
yeah, that's true.
There wasn't really a lot of time to take it in and reflect a little bit. And so like the reaction to Destiny kind of going away is actually way stronger than I thought it would have been. But I do get it because like that was a third space for a lot of people, and for a long time, like there's not a lot of third spaces really around anymore, and that was kind of a place. And although I felt that they ended it with Final Shape, clearly they even have an end screen for it that is unlike any other expansion that they have. Like it's literally "thank you very much" in like Latin Bungie. Like you don't really see that unless they're done. So I was prepared for it, but it is, yeah, I get why it's like a bummer that that's going away in a way that's like probably seems a little bit silly to the outside person. It would be like calling it like a Jets disbanded or something.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just like this has been like a thing for me for like a really long time. Even I was kind of bummed about it as time went on. I was like, oh man, yeah. It's weird knowing that I can't really go back and there won't be any, like, it's like a friend where it's just like, I hope he's doing well. And then you find out he's gone. It's
right.
But as far as like this whole, you know, them having incubation projects or not, a lot of, and look, I know a lot of it's rumors and speculation or whatever, and none of it's like necessarily, you know, for sure. But like based on what I know about some of the people that I know who have had connections to the studio, who have reached out to me, or just the stories that I've heard going years and years back, going decades back now at this point. The management team is one of the worst management teams in the business. Like it is insane how many times proper projects are pitched by the staff that do not get picked up by the executives because it's like, no, we're not doing that. We're not going to do it. The executives decided, like I think there was something that like it was decided earlier this year that they were going to stop doing Destiny, and the team didn't know about it. They found out, like a lot of them found out the way we found out.
Yeah, that's unacceptable.
And you can tell, by the way, you can tell that that's the case based on like their write up. They had all this stuff ready to go, and then they're just like, I guess we'll put it out on June, and that'll be the end. I guess, you know, like you can tell, like there's like a very impromptu feeling to it. And so like. And there was that game Payback that Luke Smith was heading years and years ago. We probably reported on it on the show, which is like a Destiny oriented project that like never got off the ground. I think it was like a third person kind of thing, which would have been kind of interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
There were pitches about various other projects in Destiny. I think there was like a Destiny Infinity or something like that pitched, where they would go back to like one major expansion a year to kind of like tamper things down, but also like deliver. That was not brought forward. And then just nothing. And so I don't know. I really don't know what to make of it. It is crazy that they never greenlit anything. I get that they had gummy bears or whatever, but that was taken out a while ago. And Destiny 2, in my opinion, has been in a transitionary period outside of itself for a while now. And I think the team knew that and were trying to get things off the ground. And then there was like no desire from the decision makers to do it or whatever. Like, I don't, it is all genuinely crazy. Like some of the shit that I've heard is insane. Like I'm fascinated by it. I wish I cared to like do anything with that shit, but like it is fucking bewildering that it's been bungled in the way that it has.
Do you have anything you'd like to add, Dustin?
Yeah, it's the downfall of Destiny is an interesting one because on one hand, I think about it like, all right, guys, you got your over 10 years of Destiny related content, which it was always meant to be a 10-year project. So it was more than expected. On the other hand, though, you do see successful MMOs like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV that just seemingly go on forever. And they, of course, have ups and downs, expansions that are good, expansions people don't like. So why couldn't that be the case for Destiny? And it's funny because when I think there's a small part of me, and Chris, maybe you can check me on this, but I'm like, Destiny died because the Destiny fans weren't playing Destiny anymore. And sure, there was that hardcore group that was always there, but after Final Shape, and you could argue that it's like, well, Bungie didn't deliver in the post Final Shape era, and that kind of killed the game because people weren't there. If Destiny was still thriving in the way it was, then it wouldn't be gone. Or it would be an easy way to confirm Destiny 3. Now, do you want to blame blaming the players is stupid, because it's like, if the content isn't good or not there, then why would you expect them to show up? So it's like Bungie kind of did this to themselves in the fact that Destiny was no longer a desirable game for those players to keep coming back to.
Yeah, I think that's valid. I think the onboarding on Destiny is terrible.
Yeah, I mean,
that is consistently so. Like, it is. Bungie makes really great, complicated games that are like surprisingly deep in comparison to what you think they would be based on just like first look. But like at the same time, they're also like, they are so systems heavy that like it's systems on top of systems on top of systems. I'm a veteran Destiny player. I jumped on over the weekend. I have no idea what to do. You know, like, it is insane the amount of shit that they've added to the game, even in just a short period of time that I've been gone. So, I mean, there's a lot of reasons. I think the big reason, though, is that Destiny is expensive. Like, there's a lot of comparisons to other live service games, and I get it, but like, there's no AAA live service game really. Like, there's expensive live service games in the sense that, like, oh, we have, Fortnite's out and it's expensive to maintain. There's like a bunch of licenses attached to it, but it's Fortnite. It's not Destiny. You can look at it and you can feel how expensive it is compared to like other live service games in the space. And so I think that's a problem. I think onboarding is an issue. I think player retention after you've ended your story is an issue. But I thought that in my mind, that was intentional. In my mind, it was intentional for them to be like, hey, the Final Shape, that's it. We're going to put out Marathon now, and then maybe afterwards we'll do like a third Destiny or whatever. Because the thing that I felt was like, well, maybe they just don't want to do Destiny anymore. Because that's also valid. They didn't want to do Halo after 10 years. They didn't want to do Halo after 5 years. And then they were contractually obligated to do like 3 more games. So it stands to reason to me. It's like, well, maybe they just didn't want to do Destiny anymore. But then you hear stuff from the team. It's like, no, we wanted to do a lot more, actually. And so now I don't really know what to feel, because I'm just like, if it's something that you did because you genuinely like, oh, the passion's gone or whatever, and there's like, if we put anything out, it's going to suck, I can respect that. In fact, I actually think that's like really cool. But if you actually wanted to do shit and then the executive's like, let's not do it, you couldn't figure out a way to make it work. What did they buy you for?
Man, I don't know.
If not Destiny.
I don't know.
And here's the thing too. Here's the thing too, right? Like, I love Marathon. I think Marathon's actually an exceptional video game in a lot of ways. If you couldn't get Destiny back on track, as far as like, if Sony saw Destiny, right, and they were like, not good enough, like the engagement, what, you're gonna invest in Marathon though? Which is like way more niche, way more beleaguered, technically. Like, the reason people weren't playing Destiny anymore is because it was over. They finished it. If you gave them more new Destiny, they would come back. And I don't mean more Destiny 2. I mean a proper, like, here's a follow-up. A lot of people would come right the fuck back. So to me, I don't really understand the logic of like, Destiny 2 is not doing well, but it was doing better than Marathon, and you're committing to Marathon. Like, I guess the growth potential for Marathon is higher than the growth potential for Destiny 2 is. And I think that that's true. I'm not really going back to Destiny 2, really. I'm probably going to fuck around with the June 9th update for sentimental reasons and maybe check it out, but Destiny 3 would be the thing to pull me back. And if they're not going to do that, well then, I don't know. Okay. I just feel like it's such a safe bet. You spent all this money on Concord and you just didn't invest in Destiny. Like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to me.
The irony, I think, is that there's like a mixture of these bad cascading domino effect decisions that Sony has made around the entities that they own, wherein, like, because there's a fundamental problem in games like Destiny that are inherent to all games like Destiny, which is that you have to keep spending. And the maintenance of the game becomes very expensive and onerous if you don't have a Final Fantasy 14 or a World of Warcraft or something where it makes it worth your while. And so you have to know when to say goodbye. Thus, you have to plan for that obsolescence before it happens.
Right.
And this is where I brought up Riot earlier, where I actually, though these things didn't work out for them, really, it's like, I respect that they realized, like, we have all of our eggs in one basket. At the time they did. They have Valorant now too, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, we got to do other things. We have to spend some of this money on other shit. We can't just keep doing League of Legends forever. Now, maybe you can, but they're like, remember they had the single player role playing games that didn't really go anywhere. They have that fighting game that people are pretty mad about, but it's like, and other things. And I'm like, cool. Like that's a sign that like, no, we're not obsolete yet. If we are obsolete, at least we have these irons in the fire. And as things go down here, we can kind of raise the boat here or the tide, and the boat will stay afloat. And I think Bungie, it's surprising to me that they didn't see this happening behind the scenes. And that, like you said, there are two obvious things you can do. Either you take your whole team, many people, of the 800 of your people or whatever, and you're like, we're going to do something new, like totally new, which is bold and interesting, but you invest in that and you invest hundreds of millions of dollars in that. Or you're like, we're going to do Destiny again, which is the safer bet, probably a lower ceiling, higher floor, and you invest in that instead. And it's kind of a surprise that it's so I guess what I'm saying is it's kind of a surprise that Destiny 3 is not only not in development and hasn't been greenlit, but isn't probably all deep in development right now. That's the bigger surprise, is like, it should be years into development. Right. Yeah. And the cascading effect I was talking about is like, Bungie came into the Sony family with like big balls, and we all kind of acknowledge it. It's like, we're going to do what we want. We're not in PlayStation Studios. Our games are going to appear everywhere. And that level of bravado, I think, did trickle down to other projects and hurt, including the Naughty Dog project and other things, where it's like, where in hindsight, it's like, who the fuck are you? Look at your own house. It's on fire. Corey Sanya wrote in and said, hi, CDC. What do you think about the speculation that Bungie's executive team were spinning up so many vaporware projects in order to increase their valuation to prospective buyers and grow their payouts when they are sold again? I don't know the ins and outs no one knows the ins and outs of what happened behind the scenes with this deal back in 2022. Apparently there were other suitors, including Microsoft. And I think that was what allowed the price to get raised to this onerous, ridiculous level that they paid. They paid almost as much for Bungie as Disney paid for Star Wars. It's a fucking joke. Yeah. And
to be fair, also, this was at a time where money was free.
Right, that's true.
In comparison, like there were a lot of ridiculous acquisitions around that time that were like absurd.
You're totally right. But remember, Chris, we discussed at the time, like, this is such a huge purchase for Sony. $3.6 billion is nothing for Microsoft and other big entities, but that's more than they've probably spent on every studio they ever bought combined. And I remember looking at it at the time and just kind of being like, this feels weird. It's not part of your culture. You have this other thing going. It's to what end? And you had thought that at the very least, there would be something behind the scenes we didn't know. Like, there were these things that Sony understood about games that were development ideas, the numbers. So I don't want to go and say like these guys were fucking around intentionally. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. But like, I do think it's fairly conclusive at this point that Sony got bad. Mm-hmm. And that it's realistic to imagine that this deal will not only cost Sony the entire cost of Bungie, but more than that, because Bungie's probably losing money and they have to sustain it. So not only was that a sunk cost of $3.6 billion, but now you have to sustain this fucking thing. Mm-hmm. And I can't get over it. Can you imagine how hamstrung they've been because of this? Like, financially, not in terms of their performance, but in terms of like allocating your capital in other ways. That money could have gone to a bunch of other shit, and it's simply gone. And it's not easy. Like, Microsoft can go like, oh, well, we lost money on this Xbox thing or whatever. We'll just go and we'll create it with Azure, or we'll create the capital with this or that. It's like Sony doesn't really have that option. PlayStation is the capital creator. Right. And even in their entertainment sphere, with pictures kind of doing soft and music doing soft there, it's like, I just can't get over it. I can't believe it that they just fucked up so badly to the point where they are so buttoned up externally that you have to imagine shit hit the fucking fan and continues to hit the fan behind the scenes because of this. About all of the money and time. They've taken multiple hundreds of billions of dollar impairments on fiscal reports just to start eating away at what they know is going to happen. And it gets into this next thing with Dylan Wednieski says, hey, CDC, the narrative around Bungie right now seems incredibly bleak, with fans deeply split over the shift from Destiny to Marathon. It feels like the only inevitable outcome left on the table is the total closure of Bungie. Is there a correct next step for Sony here? If Concord hadn't bombed, would Sony have had the capital and patience to bankroll Destiny 3, or is a full-blown sequel just too expensive to justify in today's market? Curious to hear Chris's thoughts on this one, especially love all that you do. Chris has already spoken a little bit about that. We can get further into it. The one thing that I wanted to say here is that I do think the closure of Bungie is on the table in the mid to long term. I don't know why you could just like ransack the company for talent and their IP and just close them down. You know, and it's like it's what happened with Halo. Like they lost Halo, you know, and they're going to lose Destiny in this next deal too. Like the idea that Bungie will, because some people will be like, oh, they'll spin off again and pull this bullshit. I'm like, any Bungie that spins off from this is going to be so fucked up and wounded because it's not going to have any IP because it'll all have been taken, and their talent will probably, whatever top 10 or 20% of the talent will just be siphoned off. And then they'll be like, okay, bye. And I really do think that that's like a realistic outcome, and maybe the most reasonable outcome, as opposed to, we always talk about BioWare, right? As not that they're as big or as important as Bungie, they're not. But like it's like, what is BioWare? What are we doing? And it's the same thing with Bungie. It's like all these people are gone. Like a lot of them have been gone. You gave them all major buyouts and they took them and left. One of them is suing you, by the way, for getting fired. I just think this thing's like a amazing clusterfuck. Like this is maybe the worst thing Sony's ever done when you just look at it financially. Remember, the entire PS2 era is the PS3 era. Sony lost throughout the PS3 era a cumulative $1 billion. That was like the net outcome. They lost almost 4 times that on this acquisition. So I'm a little, it's easy to be upset at Bungie, and I think a lot of people are, and I am a little mad at Bungie, but it's like, be mad at the fucking people that the hucksters tricked. It's no wonder the longer you go on that Jim Ryan's gone. Right? Like it sucks that that's their scapegoat, because I don't believe he was the ultimate decision maker. Well, he was the yes man, not the yes man. It's a wrong nomenclature. He was the decision maker at the top, but there are people feeding him information.
Sure.
Is this good? Like, you think he just like he's like, oh, well, let's just do this. It's like, no, there are a lot of people probably like, this is a good idea. This is what they're doing, and this is what we can do, and this is what it's worth. And these people are still there, as far as I understand. Herman Holst is almost certainly one of them.
Yeah.
I keep saying that. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's possible. I think, again, it's such a monkey's paw of a studio, because it's just like, I really do think they make some of the best shit ever. But then they have they have this like team of executives or higher ups or whatever the fuck that just do not know how to manage it. I think they willfully also, like, I would even go so far as to say is like, I think they willfully, like, I think they were scam artists, like, genuinely, like that the executives at Bungie who were like in charge of like, oh, this is our evaluation or whatever. Absolute. And by the way, this was true before that. Like, I think there was like a famous interview that I can't remember where or like who said it, but like Microsoft got into Bungie and Bungie couldn't get them out. There were key people from Microsoft that kind of got in there and like kind of brought that culture with them, and fucked it. And I think will they close? I think it's possible. I think it would be so crazy. I mean, I get it, but it's so crazy to me that like BioWare's been spinning around for 10 years making garbage, like objective trash, and that and that Bungie could like I get the price, like I get all that, but like from a holistic standpoint, it's like it's wild to me that like Bungie has a bigger shot of shutting down before BioWare. Like it makes no sense.
Yeah,
from a quality standpoint, it's like it's such a sin for the industry. But I get it. And we'll see. I don't know. I don't know what Bungie can do really. I do think it would be crazy of them to shut them down anytime soon, just because it's like, brother, you spent all this money for what? And also the thing too is that you can siphon that talent, but like that's not really. And maybe this is a bold statement to say, but there were Bungie talent on. There's Bungie talent on the Concord team. There's Bungie talent all over the fucking place. But like, I think you need like there's something that happens when a group of people is together working on something that I think you can't just like mix and match. Really, you can't bring this guy over there and expect that that's going to have like Destiny level success. It's like no, Destiny was big because these people were working together. And Marathon is, as it is, good and really good because these people are working together. I don't know if you can really like piecemeal. I think the best case scenario is that you take the best people at Bungie and maybe like spin them off into like a smaller studio where they remain together. But like, I don't know if you could really like absorb like, oh, you go to Sucker Punch. And it's like, I don't think that works.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think maybe the best outcome would, or the most reasonable outcome is to just pare the studio down to 400 or 500 people, which would make it like Naughty Dog sized. And then the burn rate is going to be in the tens of millions of dollars a year just for personnel. So they're going to have to make something big. And so you continue, maybe Marathon's kind of done in quotes. There's obviously going to be a lot of content, but maybe you have 150 people on that project. You take the other 350 and you make, and this is what I wanted to kind of leave with is like, everyone wants Destiny 3. I'm like, yeah, I think a new Destiny probably is the right call, but just make it Destiny and just make it so that like you never, there's not going to be a Fortnite 2. Right. Yeah. Like there's not going to be an Apex Legends 2. There was an Overwatch 2. And as I understand, a lot of people think that was a huge mistake.
Well, now Overwatch 2 is just Overwatch again.
Right, exactly. So like you go back and you say, it's what we say about Gran Turismo or like what the potential future of the sports games are from 2K and from Sony and others. It's like make a platform. Make it so that like the idea is that this is literally going to be alive potentially for decades. Right? And well, shit, in fact, I think they did. Epic, not that has anything to do with this, but Epic just showed Unreal 6. I don't know if you guys saw that. Like there was Rocket League footage. And it's like, we're getting to the point where these things are becoming so beautiful that you could really justify keeping them around for a long time, you know? And that won't really be a problem. Mike and I were talking about a bit of a non sequitur, but same idea about how Reggie Fils-Aimé was saying recently that Phil's aim was saying that they did the NES and SNES classics because they were losing so much money on Wii U, right? And they needed to kind of stay alive. And I just feel like and then they stop at N64, which I thought was weird because they realized like these games don't really hold up. They don't. Like from a visual perspective. But that's not going to be a problem anymore. And so you really can have a long view on platform-based games as a service and free-to-play games wherein you could commit to them forever. And there really won't be like a resolution or frame rate or gameplay problem inherent in these things that are base 1080 or 1440p and 60 frames. And then you can just up-res and let things run better and literally commit to this thing forever and have this platform. And I think if they had that now, I think Destiny actually would be in a bit of a different situation. Instead, they Disneyfied the vaulting things away and segmenting them and putting it's like, no, like you have to instead. And what would be cool about a Destiny platform would be like, as part of this, we're bringing everything back. Like everything Destiny's ever done is going to be on this, like from day one, and you'll subscribe to it or whatever. And like, figure it out, just figure it out. And I just feel like that might be the future for them. But the idea of that there'll be 1,000-person studio again or anything like that, I think that's done. And I always thought that they were looking at their numbers. It's like, this is a majorly bloated studio. Anyway, I think
you're right. I think probably so there's two things, and then we can move on. Yeah. But I think the first thing is that like a new Destiny game in like 3, 4, 5 years, I think the second that logo pops up, it's going to print money. You know what I mean? I think people at that point, especially where people are like nostalgic about it and they miss it. It's like we talk about Uncharted all the time. It's like how big an Uncharted game is going to be now that it's been so long, you know, and like how excited people will be to see it. I think that's true. The other reality too is that like, dude, the economy is so bad. Like we just had, and we'll get into it later because there's an inquiry about some price hikes, but like operating Bungie as is so much harder today than it was even 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, to the point where like, yeah, if things weren't the way they were, you know, the outcome or the future wouldn't be so bleak. I think there would be a lot more wiggle room. Not that there would be a ton, but there would be some, and it's a lot of that's kind of eroded, and that's a bummer because that has nothing to do with any of this. That's just like extraneous factors. But I think, yeah, we'll see what happens with Bungie, but
we certainly will.
I'll be keeping an eye.
Yeah, we all will be keeping a keen eye on Bungie moving forward, and I want them to find success with Marathon. I think they have something there, and I think they just have to accept it is what it is. It's at least it's something, and you can build off of it and find and buy some time. All right. We refer next to our story to MP First, a website we've been referring to quite a bit recently as they continue to go into people's CVs and LinkedIn profiles and find interesting information. This one is about Media Molecule. And there's not too much information to work on here, but we do know that Media Molecule is working on something new. And we do know that it's probably something more game-like as opposed to something tools-oriented like Dreams was, and to a lesser extent, Little Big Planet even was. They write that, quote, Media Molecule's developer resume points to open world title. And it says, quote, in part, the resume contains a brief description of the unannounced project that, while expectedly vague, explicitly reveals the inclusion of, quote unquote, open world content. According to the CV, the developer is the feature owner, main contact, and vision holder of various open world content within the title. While this doesn't definitively mean the game will strictly fit into the open world genre, it heavily hints at a larger, more non-linear experience of what the studio has traditionally delivered. The resume also goes on to detail other specific design responsibilities that might provide a picture of the game's core mechanics. Notably, it mentions tasks involving, quote, level blocking out of main points of interest, moment-to-moment gameplay, and interestingly, forge design. The latter mention implies that resource gathering systems could be playing a role in the game to some extent, maybe even pointing towards crafting or survival elements. That's all we really have to work on here. It's not much. I will say that I don't care. I mean, that's like my literal answer to anything Media Molecule is doing. I will care when you have something to show me and there's something to be excited about, but you have gone so long and somehow have survived a bloodletting that has, and I'm just being straight, sacrificed better studios at the altar of finance. You better have something fucking good. And I'll care about it when the time comes. But until then, you can describe whatever it is, and I don't give a shit. Reminding everyone, of course, that if you don't count Tearaway, and I know some people, it's like, Tearaway's cool. It was made by like 15 people, right? The last full project that they did at Media Molecule was PlayStation 3's Little Big Planet 2. That came out in January 2011. So whatever,
man.
You know, like it's we just said it about BioWare. It's like this, and all of the founders are gone, as I understand. I think they're all gone now.
That was before the PSN outage, right?
Yes, it was the same year, but before the outage. Yeah.
Oh my God. Because that feels ancient.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is age. I mean, that is in the middle of the PlayStation 3 era, and it's absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
Again, Tearaway's a cool game. Dreams was an experiment that didn't work out very well, but I don't even know what to be excited about. It's like, okay, it's like some team that's been fucking hobbling around for a long time. It's not to say that what they can't do is, or what they do can't be impressive. I hope it is. It's just to say that I'm not giving it any oxygen until and speculating about it. Who cares?
Yeah, we got to see it. But also I do have to say, like, hearing that they're working on an open world game with crafting elements is deeply disappointing. to me. But like, I mean, maybe it'll be great. Who the fuck knows? But like, I mean, that from the get go, that kind of sounds like it's not really what I was hoping for. You know?
What do you think, Dusty?
I think I could see them doing something cool, because if you think about like games like Animal Crossing, or right now really popular Tomodachi Life, those are games with high levels of creator customization and input. Mm-hmm. And so while what Media Molecule did with Little Big Planet 1 and 2, and to some extent Dreams, of like, we're going to let you create a game within the game, right? It's cool and was neat, but I think for most people at this point, they want to play a game. They want to play the game that is made for them. And so my hope for whatever this next project is that I think that element of creativity is always going to be in Media Molecule's DNA, but hone that creativity into a game that's already established. Much like an Animal Crossing is a very creative game in that you design your island, you decorate things, you can, customize the different villagers and stuff like that. Add that type of customizing, like a deep level of creator creativity into an established game. And so if it's an open world type, crafting game where that's the focus of the creativity, I think then they could really have something. But who knows? We're not going off much.
Yeah, there's just nothing to work off of. And you're right that the creativity is based to their identity. And we need more of that whimsy. That's part of what Astrobot had brought back, and I think has been missing. And a lot of that had been missing because Media Molecule had been woefully mismanaged for a really long period of time. And imagine if they didn't have the wisdom to let them make that Vita game back in 2013, 2014, they would have released literally nothing in that time. And there's no way that game bought them time, because that game didn't sell appreciably. It probably made money, but little bits, considering they didn't spend a lot of money to make it to begin with. I want good things for them. I think there's with the way assets are moved around and the way money is spent at Sony, and that there's only a limited amount of capital resource, which makes sense. I think it's fairly reasonable now to kind of be upset that certain teams were given the boot and certain teams survived. And you don't want to play around with people's jobs. I'm not saying anything from that. I don't want anyone at Media Molecule to lose their jobs any more than I want people at Bend to lose their jobs. What I'm saying is if you had a cut, why are you cutting Bluepoint? Or, and I continue to be a little worried about Housemarque. And I hope that Sony's, if it's true that, because I saw Alinea report that Saros's budget was $71 million, which is reasonable. But if that's true, it's nowhere close to making its money back, and probably never will. And that kind of shit if they really sold 300, 400,000 copies, that's like nowhere even remotely where they need to be to make the money back. And now they'll sell more copies, maybe 1 million more copies lifetime, but at what price? And it still would be insufficient to make that money back. And so I worry about them. And I think that there's a level of favoritism shown towards certain teams. And that's reasonable enough. But I feel like some of it is unearned. And so I'm rooting for Media Molecule, but it's and maybe there's a reason to be optimistic. Maybe it's like so good. If you want to look at it, if you want to look at it optimistically, it's like when they were making all their cuts and their budget cuts and stuff, it's like, this is so good, we won't walk away from this. Maybe.
Yeah, could be.
Little Big Planet was a revolutionary game. It's just that like they're different now. So we'll see. Dustin, I'm very curious to see what you think of this next story. It's Dragon Quest's 40th anniversary. I love the 40th anniversary medal, by the way. I think it's really cute with the bow, the little icon they made. Dragon Quest XII has reemerged. It is now called Beyond Dreams. It used to be called The Flames of Fate. And it seems to be a more traditional style Dragon Quest game, a little more bright and airy and adventurous, as opposed to the darker, though unseen elements that we were promised for the original Dragon Quest XII when it was announced years ago. Yosuke Saito and Yuji Horii, who obviously are the major players behind Dragon Quest these days at Square Enix, put up a 10-minute video. Did you watch it?
Yeah.
They were so cute. Like,
oh yeah,
like with
Yeah,
where
dude.
they were like doing their little like hand gestures and stuff like that. What's up with Yuji Horii's hair? Love it. Love what he's got going on with his hair.
Okay.
That is a fucking crazy look, man.
So, Dustin, I'm very curious to know what you think. They show a little bit of the game off. It looks very traditional, not unlike Dragon Quest XI. I said this in the Discord, and someone wrote in about this as well. Link DV wrote in and said, Dragon Quest XII Beyond Dreams, why does the main character look like he has the Spanish plague? Why is the title so much of a downgrade? Fires of Fate was a killer subtitle. Total reshuffle? Big Daddy Colin 15-minute oral presentation on Square Enix's mishandling of their most storied franchise. Thank you for your donation. I did say in the Discord that the character looks a little derpy. Like his mother drank alcohol when he was in the womb. And I don't know about it. I can't unsee, like, he looks weird to me. Game looks fun. It looks like he transforms into some sort of monster. Based on the footage, which is cool. Very early to know more. To put more of a fine point on it for people out there, by the way, that didn't see the video and didn't see the presentation, Dragon Quest XII's development has been restarted. They've scrapped the old version of the game. And it's realistic to think that this version of the game is years away.
Oh, wow.
Dustin, hit me up. What do you think?
Yeah. So it was really surprising to see the fact that they restarted development. And while we didn't see very much of what was originally of, final Dragon Quest XII with the other subtitle and it being a more mature, you and I had many times over the years speculated on what that means. And for me, it was a little, I don't want to say the announcement or the trailer is disappointing, but I was intrigued by this idea of like a little bit of a different direction for Dragon Quest. I would still expect it in terms of its gameplay and overall to be very traditional, but the fact they were making a statement like this is going to be a more mature Dragon Quest game, I was like, oh, that sounds kind of cool. So now that we get this new version of the game with a different subtitle and seeing the trailer for it, I mean, of course, visually it's beautiful and looks so cool. But you're right in that it looks just like more Dragon Quest. And maybe that's okay. I'm not a longtime Dragon Quest fan. Maybe Dragon Quest fans just want purely more Dragon Quest that looks vaguely like the previous Dragon Quest games. But there's a small part of me that's like, man, I feel like in terms of ambition, what we're seeing sounds like a little bit of a downgrade. But they had to have had some reason why that old version of the game just wasn't working. So they made the call on it. The fact that, what is it with Square Enix is my question.
I don't know, man.
What is it about them not being able to make games that they've made for decades? They suddenly, we don't know how. They're like, make another Dragon Quest. They're like, we don't know how.
We lost the technology. We just don't know how to do it.
We don't know how to do it. And this keeps happening, dude. As a Kingdom Hearts fan, I remember the wait between Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3. Of course, there were the side titles in between, in the middle there that are, a core to the story, but it wasn't Kingdom Hearts 3. And here we are now, Kingdom Hearts 3 between, 3 and now the announced 4. It's probably going to be the same amount of time, maybe more.
Yeah,
between
maybe more.
So I don't know what it is with Square Enix and some of these games that they just don't, it feels like they don't know how to make them and they have to restart them or they get put on hold or something like that. The only thing that they've somehow been, Final Fantasy VII Remake needed to be restarted.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. And Final Fantasy 15.
Final Fantasy 15. So this keeps happening. There's something up there.
Well, the trailer itself, when they show it, it really reveals the problem of the timeline, right? Because it's like Dragon Quest 1, 86, 87, 88, 90, 92, 95, 2000, 2005, 2000, well, technically 2012 for 10. Then you go to 2017. We're in 2026, dude. Like, I understand the NES games were easy to make. They made them in a year, less than a year, comparable to what they're doing now. But I agree with you. And this is what Mike and I were talking about when we were hanging out last night. I was like, there is something deeply wrong with Square Enix. Like, there's something absolutely fundamentally wrong with it. And I was saying, remember we bring up that there's that like activist investor that owns like 10% of Square Enix that we bring up every once in a while, and he releases like these reports about how fucked up the company is and that he wants to like basically seize the company. It's like, yeah, what are you doing? We've been complaining about them for years, and they do get things really right. And this is a whole other topic, but I think a major Square Enix problem is our Final Fantasy fans. And we can get deeper into that if you want, but as far as Dragon Quest is concerned, Dragon Quest should be the most straightforward thing they do out of the big three. Kingdom Hearts being a complicated licensed game that's going to take time, and Final Fantasy being something that always changes, right? Dragon Quest is tradition. You and I were both kind of into the dark idea. I think it comes from I'm glad they walked away from it because it was clear that it wasn't working. And right. Like you said, I wonder what that means, like what that looks like. But I think I can imagine what that means and looks like. If you think about Dragon Quest XI becomes dark, and that's part of the game, and it gets darker and darker. But it's about a bright and airy. Like, Dragon Quest games are bright and airy. They're full of monsters and joy, and it's dangerous. And there's demons and evil wizards and all sorts of things. But like, it's got a lighter touch. And I wonder if that was what they were missing. I found this really interesting thing on the Dragon Quest fandom that I thought I'd read. It's a sequence of events, right? So May 27th, 2021, the game was revealed as existing. So at that point, you assume it was in development since 2019, 2018. Obviously, the game came out in 2017. They ported it to a bunch of places, so you give them a little time. April 2023, they changed the logo. June 2023, this is interesting. Yuji Horii has a Zoom meeting with fellow workers about the game's development difficulties, such as targeting adult audiences and working remotely thanks to COVID. The game at that point had been available for pre-order. April 2024, the Dragon Quest producer of the game had stepped down. I forgot that this happened, that like the series producer was gone over the problems and the delays over the game, which I think by this point was probably supposed to be out. And then May 27th, 2024, Yuji Horii announced on Twitter that he was worried about the next mainline Dragon Quest game's development because of the recent death of Akira Toriyama and Koichi Sugiyama a while back, saying that Yuji will do his best without them both. And then last year, he confirms multiple times that the game is in development still. It's at this point, I assume that they probably are like, we got to go back to the drawing board. And if that's true, then this game will not come out until 2030. I mean, by Square Enix's own, unless they're reusing a bunch of shit and stuff like that, I don't know. But now, we've made fun of them ad nauseum at Square Enix about like their release cadence and a lot of things that they got totally wrong and fucked up, and it's so annoying. Mike and I actually were talking about like how I'm like, I think games like Harvestella and others actually had a chance of being something more if they just gave them space. But they had no idea how to even do it. And now, I said this, and I believe this, that a major problem they have are Final Fantasy fans. Because Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth are fucking excellent games. And Final Fantasy 16 is an excellent game. The problem is not the execution of those games. The problem is how long it's taking them to make them. And I think the one thing that they have an advantage of in Square Enix, and this is true for all the Japanese publishers, is it's just so cheap to make games there. And so they get to make games under Japanese development rules of capital, and then they get to sell the games on a global market. And this works out to their major advantage. The opposite is true for the Western studios. So without a burn rate that's significant, which they don't have because they don't pay their people anything, they can afford to do shit like this. They can afford for Final Fantasy 15 to take forever. They can afford for Final Fantasy 7 Remake to switch developers. They can afford for Dragon Quest 12 to basically be canceled and revived. But it makes them look fucking stupid. And they need to work and get things better the first time and stop making people wait. Look at their competition with Sega and Persona, right? And what they're doing with the Persona Studio, and they get out Metaphor and they have all the revivals, or the Yakuza games or Like a Dragon games. Look at, and I'm not comparing production values, but look at Falcom. Like, they release so many games that their own fans can't even keep up in one series. Really two if you count Ys. Square Enix has these things that, like, these bundles of games that are amazing properties, and they don't know what to do. So we have Dragon Quest XII, and then the other thing that's interesting here, I thought as well, is do you play Dragon Quest Monsters, Dustin?
No, I've never played it.
Yeah. So Dragon Quest Monsters began in the late 90s. It was actually a Game Boy Color game. The new one is called The Withered World. These games are not unlike Pokemon in a way. You know, you're collecting monsters and all the rest. What's interesting is that this is the first Dragon Quest Monsters game to come to PlayStation. So Dragon Quest Monsters The Withered World is coming to PlayStation 5. What was interesting about this, it follows Dragon Quest V's story, which I think is interesting. One of the more inaccessible Dragon Quest games. I don't know if you picked this up, Dustin, when they were talking about the games on the video. They were like, we hope to get this out before Dragon Quest 12. And I'm like, well, you hope? What are you doing over there? What are you guys doing? You don't even know the order the games are coming out? Jesus Christ. They are getting old over there. When you look at the videos of them, it's like the same dudes forever. And Dragon Quest is so old that it's like, yeah, these guys are getting up there in age. But anyway, Chris, I'm not even going to go to you. I assume you have nothing to say about this. But Dustin, Dragon Quest 12, we'll keep a close eye out on this. We need
my only hope is that maybe somehow that we're mixed up and maybe this was restarted earlier than we think. And so they're further along than we think. And I think you're right, Colin, that there's certainly some reusing because they want to use Akira Toriyama's designs.
Right. So they have to by virtue of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So they want to use that, whether they retool those characters and the story. I don't know. But I would imagine they're not starting from scratch. They underwent a restart in development under a new structure.
Yeah, I'm wishing them the best. And I don't want to make it seem like it's all bad. I think they've done a great job with the external spin-off games that have come out that are usually outside. I think TOS makes the Dragon Quest Monsters games, but they did obviously the Omega Force, Musou, Dragon Quest games that were great. Dragon Quest Builders was really well received, both of those. And the Dragon Quest
all the remakes,
right? I was going to say 1 and 2, 3 and 7 are all very well regarded. I think the bigger question from there is, like, I guess this gives them time to go back and work on 5, 6, 8, and 9. I think 9 will be the biggest challenge because it's a mobile game or a handheld game. And I've said this before, is that, like, I would love for them to get Final Fantasy X over here. There is an offline game version of that game.
Oh, Dragon Quest.
I'm sorry, Dragon Quest X. Yeah. There is an offline version of that game. And I know that a big challenge is just, it's a lot of translation. And that's what has always stopped Dragon Quest games from coming over quickly until more recent history. But so in other words, they do have places to go in the interim if they really map this out well, where they could really get everything out and then culminate with Dragon Quest 12, which would be pretty neat. And I love the comfort of a Dragon Quest game, and we need it. And it's just so sad to think that it's just been so long, and it's a shame to have nothing for the 40th anniversary.
Yeah.
And we were talking about mismanagement. Look at Final Fantasy 9. Like, it's almost certain that I don't want to say almost certain, but it seems like Final Fantasy 9 remake has just been canceled. And you have to wonder, like, what that looks like. Like, what went wrong with that? That game has been in development forever. Maybe it'll become like a Final Fantasy Tactics style thing where it will just emerge one day, but we'll see. But yes, the character does look a little derpy.
I think it's his eyes.
It is his eyes. And Mike had pointed out, and this is true, and this is a good point, that it seems to be surrounding dreams and sleep, hence the name. So he could just be tired. Like, that's him, like, just being, and I'm tired. I always look tired. But the eyes are too far apart. I mean, that's all there is to it.
I see what you're saying. It's like he looks very awkward.
So it's not like the bags under the eyes. That doesn't bother me. It's they're too big and they're too far apart. He looks special. All right. I'll be the one that says it. In fact, Dustin, when I said that in the chat, you responded with a mirror.
Oh, I had to, dude.
Yeah.
You set it up too beautifully.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't resist.
All right. We have some news that just broke today from when we were recording. I don't know if anyone really gives a shit. I mean, a lot of people give a shit, but I don't know if we care. Call of Duty's new game this year has been confirmed. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4. It launches campaign multiplayer and DMZ modes October 23rd. The logo is shit, I think, but I think it's supposed to look like an Asian character because the game apparently takes place in Korea, which is kind of cool. So I appreciate that. We already know that it is skipping PlayStation 4 for the first time since 2013, which is awesome. So we can finally move on. And it is not the last game to be moving off of PS4. I think we're going to talk about others as well. You can pre-order the game for PS5 now if you want. There is some information on the PlayStation blog about multiplayer and the campaign and all the rest. And it says, by the way, that you play as a young South Korean soldier, which is pretty interesting. Any excitement about this, Chris? Modern Warfare 4.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of like the logo, actually. I think it looks distinct. I'm into it. But honestly, I don't know, man. Call of Duty has to, in order for Call of Duty to work for me, it has to have been out already. And I have to hear from people that I trust that it's not the same as it always is. And they have no reason to not make it the same as they always do. So like, I don't know. I'm going to assume that this is going to be a skip for me, but I mean, Call of Duty's huge still, even after last year's blunder and many blunders throughout the lifespan of this series. It just doesn't speak to me. I haven't cared about Call of Duty really since the original Modern Warfare 2. Like I fell off even before Black Ops, which people swear is like, you know, people consider that to be like the apex, I think, or like the highest quality Call of Duty, like Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2 was like peak. I fell off before that, so like this is not really doing it for me. But.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think one interesting thing about this is that it's Infinity Ward's game.
That's true.
So they go again, no co-development, which they've been doing a little bit, specifically with, I think, Raven jumping between Treyarch and maybe Sledgehammer or something like that. So there's that. Dustin, any interest in this game? An interesting wrinkle, not that it has anything to do with our show, is this will be the first version to come to Switch too.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm intrigued by this. I was very, very critical of the last Call of Duty that came out, and certainly I wasn't the only one that wasn't into it, as we talked about the stats behind the last Call of Duty game in comparison to the ones before it. But I want to give them a chance because while I don't consider myself like a Call of Duty guy, I have put like significant time into most of them over the last few years. It's not something that lasts all year until the next one, but for a good few months, me and the boys play Call of Duty. And so I'm intrigued, particularly because there are people that played it, like YouTubers and stuff like that, and they sound very promising, their reactions to it. But there is one really weird point that's in this PlayStation blog point, a post that I also saw people talking about, where they're talking about Modern Warfare 4 introduced as Ballistic Authority, a new weapon-first technology stack that unifies precision aiming, physics handling, blah, 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 blah. But here's the point at the end. The promise is simple. No bloom, no guesswork, no doubt. Every shot tells the truth. And there's, I don't know if it's just in, if you are shooting while not ADS, that there's no bloom. Really interesting.
Yeah.
So it sounds like they are making some pretty significant changes to the actual gunplay itself. And so with that being said, and also just, I think that the look feels right. It feels like a very strong course correction from the last Black Ops. What was it? Black Ops 5, 6? I already can't remember which one they're on.
It's on, Black Ops 7.
7. Holy shit. Okay, so Black Ops 7. Now, and anything could change in multiplayer. We'll have, a fucking Beavis and Butthead skin maybe by the end of the year. But
Jesus Christ.
As of right now, based on what we've seen, I'm intrigued by it. I want to see what the actual multiplayer and what these changes look like, though.
We have a letter from Andrew Feisner who says, "Good day, sacred men. Modern Warfare 4 has been revealed alongside some interesting news. Warzone is leaving behind PS4 this fall. Do you believe it should have taken this long, and will it be a signal to start the mass exodus to start dropping last gen? Thank you for your donation." I did see that, and that's great news. So Call of Duty is totally leaving PlayStation 4 behind with all of its stuff. We've seen this with other, MLB The Show. We brought up Genshin Impact and others. I think it's just slowly going to happen. I don't know if it's because they want to abandon their audience there as much as they realize that they simply cannot continue to spec to this technology anymore. The games can't be held back by these machines if you want them to be interoperable with each other. So I think that's a major impetus behind them doing this. It's going to make it cleaner and easier for them to not do an Xbox One version, to not do a PS4 version, and to force everyone over. And it's obviously good for the hardware manufacturers as well. Since Activision and Call of Duty is technically an Xbox property now, you definitely want people to move on to new hardware. But I think that in a perfect world, they would want to continue making games for PS4. I just don't think it's going to work for them. So Modern Warfare 4 launches in October 23rd, pretty close to Grand Theft Auto. I wonder how it'll do this year. There was staunch competition with Battlefield last year, but it looks like Battlefield kind of fell off. I mean, they certainly made a lot of money and they did well, but it wasn't a permanent thing. And I wonder without that resistance if they will do better this year, but then Grand Theft Auto will be right around the corner. We'll see. It feels to me like Call of Duty is a diminishing property. It is all relative, of course. It is still huge and makes a lot of money, but it doesn't seem to be what it once was. And by the way, no Game Pass for this version either.
Mm-hmm.
The whole purpose of the purchase of Activision. It's so funny when you look at it. It's like, well, you guys are fucking you bungled that one. All right, Dustin, I wanted to go over to you to this one. I don't know if you saw this. Did you see this Digital Foundry video about PlayStation 3 emulation?
I did.
So basically the long and short of it, I have Push Square's story up here. You can explain it a little bit better, is that they did this experimentation with the Linux, like PS5 Linux. So is it a jailbroken PS5 that is then running PS3? It's so funny how Sony is pretty cool with big companies like fucking with their hardware, and then they don't really care. Like they work directly with Digital Foundry. You'd think you would ask them, like, can you not use the PS3 emulator on your jailbroken PS5? But it's cool that they don't care. I think the big thing, the surprise to me is, as I understand, is because of, I guess, perks in or quirks, I should say, in the emulation, that while the games run at fairly nice resolutions, the frame rates are not great. And it seems like it's just much more complicated. So you can massage this a little bit better than I can.
Yeah. So basically there was a way, I don't know if there's some kind of exploitation, that you could install Linux on your PlayStation 5, and the PlayStation 3 emulator RPCS3 has a Linux version of it. So they were able to try to attempt to run PlayStation 3 games on PlayStation 5 via this exploit and through Linux. And so the video details like how these different games run. So looking at like the article specifically, there are some games that are absolutely amazing. They mentioned Ridge Racer 7 running at 60 FPS in 4K. Resistance Fall of Man, they say, achieves 4K at a largely locked 30 FPS minus some minor frame pacing issues. But on the flip side, there are also games that just simply barely work. And to my understanding, it is how much of the game relies on the proprietary weird system, the cell architecture of the PlayStation 3. They mentioned Killzone 3 and MotorStorm Apocalypse offload anti-aliasing to the SPUs. So by disabling MLAA, both games are able to achieve decent results on PS5 via the emulator. So you have to disable your MLAA. So this is not surprising to me at all, as I've when we've talked about getting PS3 games to run on PS5, it's always been possible, but was never going to be a plug and play situation. It's like right now we're not talking about in the show, but recently there's been some Japanese content creators that got to see Metal Gear Solid 4 running on the PlayStation 5. And it's clear to me, at least, that they needed to do significantly a lot of work to get that game running the way it is on PlayStation 5. This isn't just like they're running an emulator. I saw a YouTube video where they were talking about how like they're in the PS5 version of Metal Gear Solid 4, there's like a totally different save system implemented. Not that it operates differently, but it's like a new menu showing that it's not just like wrapping the game in some kind of, emulation layer and then putting it on PS5. Like Metal Gear Solid 1, I believe, and maybe even 2. Maybe not 2, but the first one did on PS5. So, yeah, it's kind of back to things that we said years ago. That's like Sony could release some of these games on PS5. It's just the amount of work on a per game basis is going to variate drastically. Just because the PS3, man, it was weird hardware, and games needed to be coded in order to take advantage of it fully. Just needed to be coded specifically for it. So, but yeah, interesting work done. I mean, Digital Foundry always does cool, weird stuff like this, and interesting to see that like certain PS3 games, like they mentioned, are just like amazing. Like they run at many times the resolution originally through an emulator. I mean, that's cool as fuck, but just not everything is getting that result.
It's funny that they show here. I can't believe it's like what we were dealing with back then. Heavenly Sword on PS3 running at 18 frames.
Insane.
During a very action heavy part, but that game is so good. It's so funny to think about how it's probably not very good actually. Now, are things capped at 30 frames because that is all that would be possible to be rendered? I mean, you would have to. In other words, a game can't run at infinite frames, right? Because theoretically, because the frames would have to be animated, right? Like there would have to be does that make sense?
Yes and no. Like certain games, for example, like an esports game like Overwatch, like in theory, can run as whatever they have those games running at like insane hundreds of FPS.
Right, but what I'm saying is that it's built to do that, right? Like as opposed to these games that they never thought would ever achieve more than 30 frames a second by any means necessary, and so they just don't do it.
Well, yeah, I know what you mean. Like the frames don't exist. So theoretically, even if you even if you were to play 30 frames per second footage back at like 200 frames per second, you would still get 30 frames per second. There wouldn't be like a smooth transition like you would see in like high speed footage of something, for example, where you get thousands of frames per second because it's real life. Well, and you can see. Is that what you're talking about?
Because I'm wondering like why the focus on resolution, which I feel like is so much less important in a way.
Yeah. Well, I know. Well, I don't know how true this is of the games on PS3, but I know that there are certain games that are coded in such a way or programmed in such a way that even something as simple as like animations are tied to frame rates and things like that. So like, I remember when Halo 2 was being ported to Xbox One when they were doing the Master Chief Collection. A big issue that they ran into was a lot of the fire rates and animations were tied to how fast the game ran. So theoretically, you could fire your gun twice as fast if it was running at 60 frames per second, which was like not necessarily how you would want that to go. So they had to do a lot of like in-engine tweaking to make it work. But yeah, I mean, I would imagine that there was just a cap because that was like the most that it would be reasonable to set it at. There's a lot of PS3 games that run at 60. I think doesn't Call of Duty?
Yeah, Call of Duty runs at 60 on PS3. So I'm not saying the console can't do it. I was just saying like I wonder if a Guerrilla made Killzone so that they never dreamed that it could even reach that frame rate, and so that's because it doesn't matter. I just feel like the resolution stuff is because I think they were saying they had Heavenly Sword running at 5K, which is funny.
All right.
And then again, none of those games were meant to be Heavenly Sword was probably what 720p or 1080i or something. I mean, it was an early PS3 game. So anyway, just an interesting little experiment that they did. People can go check it out for themselves on their website, digitalfoundry.net, if you'd like. Let's see. Next story. This is a brief one here. Everyone got emails if you, I guess, bought or downloaded at some point Destruction AllStars. Did you guys get these emails? Because I think it was I never bought it, but it was part of PS Plus, I want to say. And so I might have gotten it that way. Anyway, the email says from May 26th, so that's already happened 2 days ago from when we're recording, Destruction AllStars and all associated virtual currency destruction points will be removed from sale at PlayStation Store and will no longer be available for purchase. Single player modes will remain accessible to existing users until Wednesday, November 25th, 2026, when all server support for Destruction AllStars shall be shut down. After this date, arcade mode single player challenges shall remain playable for returning players. However, functionality and player experience may be impacted due to the server shutdown. Otherwise, all remaining game services will be taken offline. Any virtual currency, destruction points, currently owned by players can continue to be redeemed within available single player modes until Wednesday, November 25th, 2026. Due to ongoing technical issues, multiplayer services for Destruction AllStars on PlayStation 5 consoles shall remain offline and are no longer available. We appreciate the support and enthusiasm of the Destruction AllStars community. Your statutory, by the way, the last sentence is funny. Your statutory rights, if any, are not affected.
Oh.
Contact PlayStation support for assistance. In my experience, don't contact PlayStation support.
Yeah.
Right.
For any assistance.
You said statutory and then begin an R, and I was like, what is happening? What is happening right now? Dude, this this Push Square is they got funny people there, man, because this image that they chose is absolutely great. I've never seen that expression captured on a video game character before in my life.
Yeah, it's awful.
I know that it's like, well,
yeah, that's Sammy.
Good old Sammy. The also destruction points.
DP.
Yeah, like what do we do? Like this is like COD again. It's COD points. It's CP. It's like, is nobody in the trenches aware of like how to maybe like avoid these problems?
Too many currencies. Fake currencies.
Too many currencies.
Too many Star Wars Imperial credit currencies. Destruction AllStars. Interesting game. It came out in February of 2021, so it was like one of those like launch era games that probably was a little late, and so they had to push it. It was created by Lucid. Lucid's owned by Tencent now, so they can go fuck off. This was probably the biggest game they ever made. Lucid did make a game. Dustin, you might remember it. Do you remember Jacob Jones?
No.
It was a Vita game. It was like an adventure game that I really liked.
I've never seen this in my life.
Yeah, they did two of them, but only one of them came to Vita. That's probably
I've never seen this.
The game I remember the most. Jacob Jones is a really cute game. I really, really liked it.
It's got like a costume quest kind of vibe to it.
Definitely. And so they did some of that, which was fun, and some port work. As I understand, they kind of are a port studio now. I think they work with Xbox primarily. So they were in over their head with this game. And remember, Lucid was the studio that was originally going to do Twisted Metal. And it got taken away from them and given to Firesprite and then canceled. So they're on a little bit of a losing streak. There is an interesting part of the email, though, that I wanted to outline because I think it speaks to... hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it again. I think it speaks to what... Yeah, here it is. I think it speaks to what happened with Little Big Planet. They bury it in the email. They really should have started with this. Due to ongoing technical issues, multiplayer services for Destruction AllStars on PlayStation consoles shall remain offline and are no longer available. It seems like the game kind of got fucked, but maybe a little more quietly because it's not a very big game. This apparently also happened to Firewall Ultra on PSVR 2, where like the game got in some way infiltrated by people and remember we were mystified by the Little Big Planet stuff because Little Big Planet servers kept going up and down and then they just remained offline and they were just completely botched. And I don't really know how that happens. Like, it's easy enough to understand something getting messed up by hackers and external forces, but you just can't salvage it. Like, it's just like, oh, the UGC is gone. Like, what is going on over there? Like your game, it's like, oh, I guess Destruction AllStars is all fucked up. We're just gonna unplug it. It's like, okay. I also wonder how many people were really even playing it, but
yeah.
Destruction AllStars, RIP.
Bozo.
Yeah. All right.
Easy.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's
Easy
RIP Bozo.
Fair enough. This is exciting news in the Moriarty household because I live with a big Witcher fan. CD Projekt has revealed a third expansion for The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, which came back out on PS4 in 2015, believe it or not. It's called Songs of the Past. It will launch not on PS4, but only on PlayStation 5 for this next gen, according to Xbox, and in addition, rather, to Xbox Series and PC. Fool's Theory, an external team that I think CD Projekt owns, is working on it. They don't have much to say about it. They write, quote, Songs of the Past will return players to the role of legendary monster slayer Geralt of Rivia. That's how you say it, right? Geralt? For a brand new adventure when it launches in 2027 on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. CD Projekt Red is co-developing the expansion with Fool's Theory, a team comprising industry veterans who worked on The Witcher 3. More details on Songs of the Past will be released in late summer 2026. The Witcher 3 has sold more than 60 million copies since its release in 2015 and is the winner of more than 250 Game of the Year awards and 1,000 industry awards. All right. What do we think of this, Dustin? The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt Songs of the Past, the third expansion, the first expansion since 2016. It will have been 11 years. Very much like Borderlands 2 did, very much like Amalur did. This is obviously leading into The Witcher 4, I assume. What do you make of this?
I see what they have, and I think, why can't I have that for me? You know, all the games that I don't really care about get this cool, really late DLC, whether it's Borderlands and now Witcher 3. And no disrespect to Witcher 3. I think clearly it is a amazing game that I have I've put significant time into. Never beat the main campaign. I think I was like 2/3 of the way through.
Yeah, I couldn't do it either. I was so overwhelmed. I think modern Colin can do it.
Yeah. So it's never a series that really connected with me all that much. But I think doing this as a way to bridge the gap is pretty cool and pretty neat. And I joked at the beginning because I'm like, man, imagine if they did a new Bloodborne DLC. I would lose my fucking shit if they did that. They won't.
No.
So I'm imagining how it feels like for Micah, for Lockmort, and I think maybe Maddie too. The fact that it's like, dude, if one of your favorite games of all time from 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, now it's like there's new content for it. That's insane. That must be so exciting. And like I said, I want that for me someday.
Well,
but
yeah,
now's not the time.
We'll try to keep the dream alive for you.
Thank you.
Hearts of Stone was the first expansion that came out fall 2015, and then Blood and Wine was spring 2016. So it has been a long time, and it's interesting that Fool's Theory Studio is, like they said, comprised of CD Projekt veterans, but they're the team, I believe, that is remaking The Witcher 1 as well. So they're doing work over there, and this is a better managed team. We're going to talk a little bit about Remedy, I think, shortly, about like managing what you have and making the most out of it. And we were talking earlier about making games in cheaper places like Poland. We were talking about Japan earlier, and then selling on a global market. They have made so much money on The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk that it's probably hard to imagine. And I like them. Yeah. I like CD Projekt. I'm rooting for them. I thought I liked The Witcher 3. It just didn't hit me at the time. I was overwhelmed by it. It was more of like my media. I was more of like when I was in my journalist era, when I just didn't have time. I'm like, I can't be playing this game for fucking ever. Like I have other things to do. I don't really feel that way anymore. So I think I should give it, I probably will give it another chance at some point. But Cyberpunk is so good. Like one of the great games of the last 10 years, easily one of the great games of the last. I couldn't believe how good it was. Like I really could. I was like, this is really fucking great. Like I can't believe that you almost ruined it.
Yeah.
Like how dare you? You know? Because I remember I played 22 when it came to PS5. I wasn't going to play it on PS4. It was going to be a little too stinky for me.
For Jesus. No.
Chris, are you going to play The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt Songs of the Past?
No, I'm kind of like with you guys, where like I think The Witcher 3 is objectively a great game. I think I've experienced it and I've played. Every time I play it, I get like 30 hours in, and I'm like, I like this, but like, I don't know, just something pulls me away from it every time, and I never stick with it. It's like it's very peculiar. I think really, to be honest, I don't gel well with the combat, and combat is kind of like a big. I'm a big game feel guy, like a big gameplay person. So like, I mean, like it's cool that it's immersive and and it's really well written, and I appreciate all of that. But I need more out of like the moment to moment than Witcher 3 has. But I think it's cool that I like this trend of old games getting this new shit out of nowhere.
Me too.
You know, I'm excited. You know what? I'm really gonna be so over the moon when that late generation prototype DLC comes out.
Yeah. That prototype 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
They're just gonna, I never played prototype 2, so I have no feelings. But
I did platinum prototype 2.
It's fascinating.
Yeah, isn't it? That was probably a spike platinum as well.
That's funny.
Michael Bagby wrote in and said, "Hi, Sacred Gents. With the announcement of The Witcher 3 DLC coming 12 years after the base game was released, is this going to be some sort of record for the longest gap between a single player game and an expansion? What do you think it will cost? And is it a good idea to revisit such a beloved game whilst working on a sequel? Thanks for all you do." It's materially a good idea. Like it's gonna drive new copies of Witcher 3. It's perfect. Like Witcher 3 is free. In terms of what I mean by that is, it's from their perspective, it's done. So every game they sell is just free money. And investing a little bit to make that revive that and get people, it's brilliant. Now, again, the only two I can think of off the top of my head, I'm sure there are others in the PC space that I just don't know, because I think, didn't Diablo 3 or something get an expansion like really way after or something, but something like that I don't play. But I thought of Borderlands 2 and I bought of Amuler, like I said. Now, Borderlands 2 came out 2012 and its expansion, the last expansion came out in 2019, which was really far away. That was to tease Borderlands 3. That was 7 years, so nowhere near it. Amuler came out 2012 as well, earlier in 2012 than Borderlands. And that expansion came out in 2020. So closer, but still no cigar. So yeah, I think it is. As I can tell, it's in the console space. I can't think of anything like that. In the PC space, there's probably some bullshit for Civilization or something. I don't know. I promised we would talk about Remedy. And we'll do that now. The publication, The Games Business, sat down with their new CEO, Jean-Charles Godechon, who used to work at Electronic Arts. And in fact, he was like a guy that worked on a bunch of weird shit at EA, like free-to-play games and mobile. He worked on Battlefield Heroes and FIFA, and he even worked for CCP on EVE Online, which is interesting. So he's a little bit of a weird fit, I think, and I think he has to do some interviews to convince people that he's the right fit. But he said some interesting stuff here about Remedy that I thought was interesting when he was asked about it. He said, quote, "I think I got chosen because I know exactly what Remedy is and what needs to be protected, needs to be supported, and needs to be grown. Remedy is a one-of-a-kind studio. It's a studio that has amazing creative drive. It's a studio that has been messy here or there, and that's the beauty of the type of games that were made and how. What I hope I could bring to Remedy is vision on where the company could go and where we can make some improvements." He said something which I believe 100%. He said, quote, "Remedy is one of the few studios which is genuinely supported by players." And I believe that that's true. It's probably one of a dozen studios or so that has that moniker. He continues, "Even my announcement was something I loved because people were protecting Remedy. When I was announced, people from the industry and close friends sent me messages saying things like, 'JC, that's awesome, congrats.' And the last line was, 'Don't fuck it up.' It was, 'We love Remedy so much, don't fuck it up.' That shows how much people love Remedy. Remedy is already one of the biggest game authors with very strong signature products. Now, after seeing it from the inside, there's so much more we can give in terms of super strong authored, creative, crazy stories and gameplay. Honestly, we haven't achieved half of the potential in terms of the products that we make." This is something that I believe 100%. And he goes on, people should go read the interview. You can listen to it too. It's pretty interesting. He talks about how, and we've reported on this, that they made a deal before he came on board with Annapurna to start getting their games in the TV and movie format. And this is the obvious thing for them to do. But one of the things that I was pleased to read is that this guy does seem to understand that they are untapped, that they don't really need to change. They need to figure out a different way to market their games. And I've always been kind of mystified by the lack of commercial success that their stuff sees. It seems like the kind of game, maybe not Alan Wake 1 because it was kind of on the Xbox 360. I think Alan Wake 1 was it was the wrong. Alan Wake 1 would have done better on PS3. Like, if that makes any sense. The audience for that kind of cerebral game was not on Xbox at the time. You know, it doesn't fit. I thought it was cool, but doesn't really fit, right? And I don't think they've done themselves any favors. The Epic deal with Alan Wake 2 kept the game off of Steam. Some would argue that is the only reason the game even exists. So you can't like overlook that. They needed that money. But the way I look at it, when I look at Control especially, but Alan Wake to a degree as well, and Alan Wake 2 especially, is like these games should be selling way more. These are the kinds of games that I thought players of games wanted. And I feel like a lot of them don't know they exist. And it seems like, or they're not positioned properly. And I feel like this guy understands that. Chris, how do you feel about all that? We're both huge Remedy fans, so it's good to talk about.
That is true. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm kind of a mark for whatever they do. I think they just have a really unique voice and a really weird way of doing this. I appreciate the fact that they actually mix media, which like I feel like so few studios do. If any, really, that's more of like an animation thing. The idea of like mixing mediums, but like especially after the DLC for the last the Alan Wake 2 DLC is so fun, dude. It is so cool. It is so interesting and weird, and yeah, I agree. I think they have a long, if they can manage themselves well, I think they have like a really bright future. I think the best is yet to come, I think, for Remedy. But yeah, I mean, the Alan Wake 2 Epic deal thing, like, I don't know, like I get that like they needed that money, but I feel like they could have justified Alan Wake 2's existence. I feel like they could have gotten Alan Wake 2 made, sold a shit ton on Steam. Like, I don't necessarily buy that. I think that was probably a bad deal in retrospect. Maybe at that point it was maybe the easiest way to go, and I guess I can't fault them for that, I guess, but like they kind of gimped themselves there, because nobody I know fucks with Epic at all. Yeah. At all.
All my homies hate Epic.
All my homies hate Epic. Dude, I have an Epic account, and I never go on it. No. I've purchased games that I have for free.
Didn't we get
on Epic?
Don't we have? I think I gave you I forgot about this. Didn't I give you my
Your
Witcher
Epic
3 or my Witcher 3, my Epic account that gives you free access to every game on the platform?
It's not every game. It's like weird. It's like there's like some, I know what you're saying. It's not every single game, but it's a surprising number of them. And sometimes when they just come out, but then there are some like I remember Chronos was on there. But then there are things that are like weirdly not there. Like, I don't really know what the situation is over there. But like, and to be fair, I do go on there sometimes. I'm being a little bit exaggerating. But it's just such a, anytime I have to open something that isn't Steam, it just like, it feels gross. And it's not even necessarily because I'm opposed to it. It's literally just the way they design these things. They design Epic and other things too. Uplay was kind of the same thing. They design these things as if they're apps and not computer, like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, they feel more like suitable to a controller than a mouse and keyboard, whereas Steam feels very dense. It feels like it's made for a computer. And it's like Epic, it's like I don't even know how to find, like, even just clicking around like my library is insanely convoluted and buried under multiple menus. It's a bad experience. So
the Epic Game Store is that what launches Fortnite?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the main thing, I guess. But like, I don't know anybody who has anything else from them. You know, it's usually Fortnite, and that's it. Or the free game that they get when they log in.
Yeah, I agree with you. I forgot about that Epic account, because that goes to show you how disinterested we are when we got that. And they're like, here, this is like a media pass, and like you'll get like basically a bunch of shit for free at all times. And I'm like, I'm good here. Chris, you can have it.
Resident Evil Requiem. So Resident Evil Requiem and Arc Raiders are on this account. I bought both of those.
Poor Epic.
Oh,
at least they tried.
Yeah.
Anything you want to say about Remedy before we move on, Dustin?
I'm hopeful for them. I think that, I mean, even recently in the last few years, there's been some decisions before this guy came in, like the
Firebreak.
It's
yeah,
like, what
Firebreak was weird. Yeah.
what are we doing? Let's get back on track with this. So,
before, dude, to give Firebreak its flowers, it's not. It's a game that nobody wanted. That game plays remarkably well for a first-person shooter from a studio that does not make first-person shooters. Like it plays like you know what you're doing. It's like, oh, interesting.
Yeah,
I just don't think anybody cared about. Like, I know I didn't care.
Well, right. It's like, well, why would it doesn't make any sense just from the perspective of you have this underserved community of games, and then you think that you're going to take those single player narrative games and convince people that play them that they're going to play this asynchronous multiplayer game, whatever the fuck you made. Like it just doesn't make any sense. It's like you got to focus on what you're good at. And you'll worry about this other stuff later when you have the audience you deserve, which you don't have right now.
Yeah. It reminded me of Evolve, where like I remember playing Evolve years and years and years ago, like a decade ago now at this point, and being like, this is good. I don't care.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Evolve was. I remember Evolve being really weird. Like we gave it a great review at IGN, but that game arrived with like a thud.
It's a good game. Like I remember playing it, being like, this is good, but like I just didn't give a shit at all. Like it was too complicated for what like that game studio usually does, which I think is making really simple, great, easily playable, kind of plug and play kind of games.
By the way, I said asynchronous multiplayer. I meant asymmetric multiplayer.
Right.
All right, 2 more stories we'll get through quick here. This one comes from Gamatsu. I thought this was interesting for you, Dustin. Persona 4 Revival has been raided in South Korea in particular. These ratings don't typically happen unless the game is somewhat imminent. I would say this calendar year. Does that surprise you?
No, not really. I think that while we only just got a brief tease of it last year, which for some reason people complain about everything now, but there was nothing wrong with it in my mind.
Yeah, they showed like a few screens or videos, right, of like the environments.
Yeah, I would imagine, I don't know this for sure, so I'm speculating that they had a really good pipeline set up in making Persona 3 Reload in Unreal Engine. And while they still need to make all new assets, they can, they have a base to work from. So yeah, I guess it's a little surprising that if you asked me before this, I'd be like, yeah, probably early next year. Which I guess it still could be if it's
this will be at the Xbox showcase, you assume.
Yeah. I think we'll see it then. So I'm so excited.
What a coup for Xbox to have that game that's so intrinsically tied to PlayStation through both PS2 and Vita to be at their thing. Yeah.
Well, dude, for Atlas, Xbox fans aren't going to buy that. They're not. I mean, maybe it'll be on Game Pass. So like,
it will be on Game Pass, I assume. Yeah.
Atlas can get all this money from Xbox, and they are going to make all their sales on PlayStation. It doesn't matter.
Xbox fans don't buy games that Xbox fans are fans of.
Yep.
So
yeah, that's why the whole dream of like the lack of exclusivity going forward, it's like that's a pipe dream. But in my opinion, maybe timed exclusivity would be the best you can hope for, as I've said in the past. But yeah, I wonder how Sega feels about the deal they made. Like, does it really matter because your shit just kind of gets out there? It really only matters at the point of original release. In other words, the first time you see it, you will have had to have naturally seen it during the conference, but afterwards it's going to be on PlayStation is going to cut your shit out and have a different splash screen and put it on their YouTube channel, and it's going to get 15 times more views. And I wonder how Sega feels about it. The money's nice, probably.
Yeah.
You're kind of having your cake and eating it too at this point, because it's clear that Game Pass is simply a no growth thing for them, and it is what it is, and therefore you're not really cannibalizing yourself putting big AAAs into Game Pass if you have already taken into account what you would have lost. In other words, there will be probably very few new subscribers, and so you can just get your money and then go to the people that will never subscribe to begin with, and you really haven't lost. In other words, other people have done the hard work of differentiating these audiences over the years, and now Sega gets in.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody do "in other words" twice.
I know, that's a double. It's a squared. In other words, squared. But Dustin, one other thing I didn't want to include it here. We're not going to show it. Obviously, we're a video podcast, but we don't do it and show any of this. Have you seen the Persona 6 leaks?
Yeah, the protagonists. Where did that come from?
Reset Era. I saw it on, and I guess some Japanese source.
And because I saw that there was like a male protagonist and female protagonist. I think I just saw it briefly in passing on Twitter, and I didn't know how legitimate it was.
Yeah, it seems like people, depending on how you feel about the insiders and people that like power users on these various forums, it seems like they're real. And it's not really a spoiler because all the Persona characters look exactly the same, to be honest. They're all designed in that same motif. So it's not like it's really that big of a deal. But I'm sure for a lot of people, it'll be very exciting.
Alleged Persona 6 character designs were leaked. So it isn't necessarily a male and female lead. I was going to say, I don't think they're ever going to do that again. Wait, P6, this is from Vice.com of all places. P6 may feature dual protagonists, including a blonde male character and a female character with red and black hair. However, new leaks suggest the blonde boy may actually be the sole protagonist.
So maybe we'll see more of that at the conference too. Yeah, if these things are starting to leak, you would assume it's from marketing assets. You wouldn't let that stuff out. If you've kept that secret forever, it's got to be through some third party, you would assume. We'll see what happens. Sega announcing Persona at the Xbox conference. Good for you. All right, finally. That was kind of mean. I didn't mean for it to sound so mean. Let's see. By the way, no one talks about Metaphor ReFantazio at all anymore.
No, because it's a forgettable game.
Retardazio. I really liked it personally.
Yeah,
but it is forgettable in that
it's good.
It is forgettable in that I don't really remember the minutia of the story. I remember like how fun it was for me to play. I loved the upgrades in the character class system. Yeah. It was quite satisfying. Anyway, PlayStation Plus games for June. If you have PlayStation Plus Essential, Extra, or Premium, but this is at the Essential tier, so everyone gets it. You get these games as part of your subscription at no additional cost, and it begins June 2nd. So around the time you hear this on free feeds. The 3 games in question are Grounded, Fully Yoked Edition, the PS4 and PS5 Xbox First Party multiplayer game that has been fairly popular and was one of the first games to come over in the original 4, as you might recall. That's why can't I think of the team that makes it? The one that makes all their games.
Obsidian.
Right. Obsidian, yeah.
So have either of you played it? It's supposed to be pretty good. This is not my kind of game, but it's supposed to be pretty good. And I think it did marginally well on PlayStation.
I played Grounded really early. Like really early. Like I think it was like probably like
didn't it have an early access or something back in the day?
I think so. Yeah. So like I played it then, and it's good. It's a very cute game. I think it's for what it is. It's very good. It's just really not my kind of like survival games are really. I'm kind of particular about them, and I don't think it really hit for me. But I remember thinking like this is pretty good. Like it's better than I thought. I had more fun than I thought I would have with it. But ultimately, I was like, I'm not going to dedicate. I know I'm not going to dedicate a ton of time to this. But apparently it's very good now. Like, apparently that game's really grown a lot since I played it. Because I think when I played it, it didn't even have like, yeah, I guess so. It didn't have like a lot of basic features when I was playing last, and I still enjoyed it. So I'm sure it's good. But it's a particular kind of audience game.
Grounded, Fully Yoked, PS5 and PS4. In fact, 2 of these games are on PS5 and PS4. The next game on PS5 and PS4 is Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2, the fighting game that came out back in 2023, published by trash publisher Game Mill. Although I think that this game is better than most of their stuff, right? This game did fairly well. Yeah, it's got in the high 70s on Metacritic. That's not so bad. Some of the characters in here are interesting. The Angry Beavers. Let's see, Garfield, Grandma Gertie from Hey Arnold, Jimmy Neutron.
What about Nigel from
he's in there.
Wild Thornberry?
Yeah, he's in there.
Nigel Thornberry, that'd be good.
Pretty good.
So not so bad. And then finally, Warhammer 40K Dark Tide, only on PlayStation 5. That came out in 2024. It was originally a PC game in 2022, and then it came to Xbox Series in 23. So it came a little late. That's another series that seems to be more Xbox centric. We still have not gotten the remake, the Saber Interactive remake of Space Marine 1, interestingly.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Which is a little annoying because I'd like to play it. Yeah, that comes from the studio Fat Shark, and I think it's a first person like action shooter adventure game. I don't really know. All right. I'm sorry. And yeah, go ahead. Please.
I was going to say, I think Dark Tide is like not a spin-off, but it's the 40K version of Vermintide,
Oh,
which is sort of like a Left 4 Dead horde first-person melee game.
Cool. And then there is a fourth game this month because it was part of the May lineup and because it's State of Play or Game of, what is it called? What is the sale called? Days of Play. Jesus Christ. So much marketing. They're going to extend EA Sports FC 26 through June 16th. So you actually still have access to that right now. You have until June 2nd, however, to add last month's games to your download catalog if you want to grab them later. Nine Souls is one of those games, and Wuchang Fallen Feathers. But you have these games to look forward to. Nothing here for me, but can't always get what you want. It is a little bit of a weaker library, I will admit. Toby Queef wrote in about this. He says, "Hey, Fats. Listen, Colin, I understand your point that games as a service are where the money is and that we should expect Sony to focus resources there. However, there are times when it feels like the single player is just flat out being ignored. Case in point, June's PS Essential games, 3 ostensibly multiplayer-focused games. While I understand the focus on online multiplayer, don't they exclude the single player at their peril? 4 of the top 10 downloaded games in April were single-player games. 40% isn't nothing. I'm always just a little surprised by the unbalanced PS Plus release lists because it makes it seem like these are made on the fly, these deals, and they're not. You would think that you would be making deals and then trying to put them together in combinations that make the most sense. And so I agree, you would want like some sort of, what my ideal AA or AAA single player game, multiplayer game, indie game. That would be my desire. Is that possible? I don't know. There's no doubt that this is an unusually multiplayer-centric month, even by PS Plus standards. So yes, you are absolutely right. And if you include FC 26, then it's all of them. All 4.
Yeah.
All right. That's all we have for the news this week. My boys, it's time to get into what we're playing. I'll get out of the way quick. I've been playing Pragmata. I'm just about done with it. I really, really love it. I think it's so impressive and so well made and so interesting, and I'm really enjoying it. I will be speaking about it more extensively on Summon Sign next week with Brad, and then we will certainly sit down and do a spoiler cast and review discussion. I will play through it again on hard in the next week or two and take notes so we can have a good conversation around that. So I will bail out for now. Both Chris and Dustin are playing 007 First Light. Connor Hayes wrote in and said, "Hi guys, what's your thoughts on 007? I am loving it. From the great tutorial via a cool montage and the crazy pace the story is going 4 hours in, I must say I've really missed these linear-ish and high production value games we had so many of 10 to 15 years ago." And Ira Dog Mums. Am I saying something horrible?
I don't know.
It's not clicking immediately for me, but
00 agents, can we just give a special shout out to IO Interactive and the way they handled the release of 007? A free deluxe upgrade and an extra day for pre-ordering, with many reviews coming out just in time to make an informed decision on it. I'll go back to drinking too many martinis and sexually harassing the casino staff. So yeah, I loved that as well. That I will say, as I leave it to you guys, that I really did dig how they did a pre-order in which there was nothing to gain other than a day of access in return for pre-ordering the game. And locking in that and not wanting to have a little bit of FOMO as opposed to charging $10 or $20 for it, which is fine too, but that seems a very sensible way to do it if you're confident in your game. And I dug that they did that. All right, guys, take it away. Dustin, let's go to you first. 007 First Light.
Yeah, I've been excited about this game for a long time. I fell in love with Hitman when Hitman 2 came out on PlayStation 4, and then played the Hitman before that, and then Hitman 3, which is now the World of Assassination. So it was really exciting to see IO Interactive be able to make a James Bond game. It felt like a perfect fit. And while I love the Hitman World of Assassination trilogy, it's a little bit janky, like in terms of like the way the characters look, the fact it's a sandbox game. It has its own little quirks to it. And immediately from the get-go with 007, IO Interactive, this is a huge level up for them. Levels of quality that I'm shocked by. Like, this game is crazy good in terms of like across the board, like the visuals. Like, a lot of people have been sharing on Twitter, there's like an opening nightclub scene with the not only just the lighting, but the level of density of the amount of characters or NPCs in the level is really cool. Not surprising if you're coming from some Hitman 2 and 3 levels, but
yeah.
So initially in the opening level is like almost felt more Uncharted-ish than kind of a stealth game. And I don't want to say it concerned me, but I was like, okay, so this is the direction we're going in here. It's like a little more action-y on the rails. And then you go through the cool training montage that Connor mentioned, which was really cool. But then you get into like the first main level, which was, well, I guess there's the nightclub level, but then you get to the first main level, which is the one that they showed in that live stream. And it's really interesting because it's clearly has a lot of that Hitman DNA in it, but it's been tailored for James Bond, specifically in like you have a cool spy watch that you can interchange different cool spy tech into. So like right now, the level I'm on, I have like a laser beam that shoots out. So you can use it to like burn ropes, or you can just straight up burn people's eyes out with it, which is pretty fun. So it is definitely a more what's the word? Broad appeal in terms of a stealth game. Like Hitman levels, as I said before, were like individual sandboxes where it's like, okay, we have 5 or 6 kind of more scripted ways that you can eliminate your target. But there's really, you can do this however you want. And you can find that on YouTube where people do insane things. So 007 is a little different in that it's leaning more on that scripted aspect, but it's not that it doesn't have that level of creative freedom where normally in the few levels that I've played, the few actual levels outside of the very long intro, there will be multiple ways to achieve your different goals. And sometimes it'll be like, okay, well, you need to get into this room. And it won't tell you how to do that. It's like, okay, well, there's a guard out front. Do I distract him by hacking into a vacuum cleaner and turning it on so he's distracted? Do I find an alternate entrance in? And so that's where some of the cool, like more creative aspects of the game happens. This, you're playing as a young Bond, which I think is a really neat angle. I think we talked about this last week or on some show that I'm not like a big Bond guy. I've seen quite a few of the films, but I'm not the guy to tell you like what is and isn't Bond as a character. But I think what they've done here is really cool to see him. Like when you start at the beginning, he like is in whatever the like British Air Force is or something, and finds himself in this crazy situation. And that's how he gets introduced into the MI6 program, seeing the other double O's in training. And those characters are surprisingly interesting. And within the first few hours of the game had me caring about them, which I totally did not expect from this game at all. The guy that's playing Bond, I don't remember what his name is, but I feel like is like super charming. It's got the right mix of like, he's charming and quippy, but it doesn't feel like a Marvel movie constantly where they're like constant quips all the time.
Patrick Gibson is the character.
Patrick Gibson. I think he's been absolutely excellent so far. There's definitely some Bond stuff in there that I was able to identify where it's like you bust through a room and then like he like, brushes his shoulders off, make sure he's like, still suave, and then keeps going. Stuff like that. So yeah, he plays Dexter in the Dexter prequel. Yeah, he's like, yeah, someone in my chat told me that he's young Dexter. Yeah, it's interesting. Or something. I'm seeing that. So I'm extremely impressed by this game. It is, I knew it would be high quality coming from IO, but I guess I just didn't expect this level of AAA polish to this game, especially because we were concerned when we first saw the gameplay. It's not running well. And also, I knew this last week behind the scenes, but then people have gone and tweeted this out, so it's not secret information. Last week, reviewers were like, they didn't have the game. And so it was concerning to me. I requested it and didn't get it. So I didn't have early access or anything like that. But I was asking around. Huh? What's that called?
Said owned.
Owned. Yeah. I mean, it happens all the time. Trust me. So I was asking around, and like on Thursday, people still didn't have this game. It wasn't until Friday that people got access to the game to review it. And I was like, oh no, it's coming in hot. If that's the case, that reviewers, it's like a crunch weekend for people to get these reviews out. So, but with that being said, the final thing I'll say before throwing it over to Chris is I'm playing it on PlayStation 5 Professional, and it's excellent. It looks excellent. It runs almost entirely perfect from I can tell. There's been like a couple times where I've noticed the frame rate drop for just a split second, but it's nothing that really bothers me. To my understanding, according to Digital Foundry's reporting, if you play on PS5, you have an option between performance and quality, which is like a 30 versus 60 frames. On PS5 Pro, you don't have any options. And from there, I haven't seen the base PS5 version, but they said that it looks better than the quality mode on PS5, but at 60 frames per second. So if you have a PS5 Pro, this game looks and runs absolutely excellent. And so those concerns that we had when we first saw it, for me at least, are totally gone. So I've talked a lot. Chris, you're also love Hitman, so you were excited about this. How are you finding it?
Yeah, man, I'm I'm kind of surprised by it. Yeah. I think and to be fair, it's not that I didn't think that IO could make great games in this way. I guess the types of games that they make are so different, and so like the things that this game leans into are not things that IO games typically lean into. It's like the narrative and the way that even just the way that cutscenes and characters are portrayed and shown, it's just not typical of their stuff, because their stuff is more about like the sandbox is the star of the show. And I was immediately surprised at just the level of quality right off the jump. I mean, it really is crazy. I think as somebody who's not that much of a Bond guy, I think they've done a really good job of endearing me to this world and this character. I think, again, like this dude's really charming, and I think it works really, really well. There's aspects of this, though, that I do think like you can kind of see that this is their first time doing a game. Like the gunplay, I think, is really kind of awkward, in my opinion. I don't know if it's the weird crosshairs that they have or just how many enemies they have thrown at you at any given moment that it feels like the game's not really built for it. The hand-to-hand combat's awesome. Getting into a brawl and like doing like this Arkham stuff, like it feels very Arkham coded, which is like, I think, great. But you know what this game reminded me of a lot? This game reminded me a lot of Splinter Cell Conviction.
Oh,
where like I remember feeling that distinctly during like some of these brawls and being like, this is great stuff. And while I don't think the this is a mix of Hitman and Uncharted, and I don't think the Uncharted parts feel better than Uncharted, and I don't think that the Hitman parts feel better than Hitman necessarily.
Yeah.
But I do think the fusion of these things at the same time and being able to interact with these things and flow in and out is unique and special enough that makes this game feel like particularly unique and interesting and fresh. I think it's a really golden combination, and I'm really loving it. There's parts of it that I'm kind of like, why did I spend time doing this? Like, there's some like cutscene vignettes, not cutscene vignettes even, but like there's some gameplay sequences that are literally just about conversation. Where like I had a moment where I was like in a car and I was driving, and I literally drove maybe like 40 feet and like pulled into a traffic jam, and then it cut to a different section of the game, and I was like, I don't know if I needed to.
Yeah.
I don't know if I needed to play this. It seems like they're still trying to figure out like what to do in this new realm that they're playing in. And so I see that, but I love it. I think this is a fantastic game. I'm on I can't remember the number chapter I'm in, but I'm like 10 hours into it.
Oh.
I've put a lot of time into it, and I'm approaching what feels like the final act. And so far, it's really, really good. It's like, congratulations to IO. I just saw like 2 hours ago that they sold 1.5 million copies already in the first 24 hours. So they gotta be happy.
Awesome.
They got to be happy about that. And from what I've played so far, I think they totally deserve it. I think it's exceptional. I think the the jump from Hitman 3, again, not from a systems perspective, but just from like a presentational perspective and from a game feel perspective, it's so vast that it's actually kind of crazy. And one thing I do want to point out that I did appreciate very, very heavily, very subtle thing, but when they give you the options for the difficulty, there's a difficulty called intended, which I was like, love that. I love that you told me. Like, I know that it's obvious for most games because it's obviously going to be the middle one, but there's somewhere there's 4 and you're not quite sure. You know, it's like, I know there's things that are widely understood, like Halo's heroic, and that's like the intended. But like, I appreciate that. Where it's just like, there's no confusion. This is what you're supposed to be playing. And you can choose to make it crazy hard or crazy easy from there. But yeah, I think it's good. It's a little campy. It's fun. I love the villains and the characters way more than I thought I would. At first, I was worried about the villain. I gotta be real. But then it gets really good really quickly. And yeah, easy recommend. This is great. Shout out to IO. They're just a great studio, and I hope I'm not done with this game yet. I hope they do another one, because I think they can only get better from here. I think there's only room for improvement. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think it's fantastic.
2 other things that you made me think of that I want to shout out about this game that I loved. There's a bluffing mechanic in this game. Oh, yeah. You can't do it constantly. Like, there's like some kind of like point system to the bluffing. I had a situation where I totally decked this guy in the face and knocked him out. And then I saw there were guys right around the corner. So I hit the bluff mechanic, and Bond was like, "Oh, dude, I just saw that guy's attacker. He ran off that way." And they're like, "Oh," and then I was like, "Dude, that was kind of like, it was dynamic." And then I took that guy out, and that was the bluff used. I was like,
Hitman,
it's really cool. Like, they're really good at building these systems. And again, it's not as dense as like a Hitman, because it's like the whole point. But like, the fact that any of that flexibility is there in a game that presents like Uncharted a lot of the time is really fucking cool. Like, that bluffing mechanic. I love running out of ammo and then throwing a gun, like throwing the empty gun at a guy and like taking him out. It is really, it's so cool.
The other thing I wanted to shout out is, particularly from the Hitman DNA, is like Hitman, the World of Assassination, the level design in those is so incredibly good. And that carries over to this. And I'm nowhere near as far as Chris, but like, that first nightclub level is like pretty small, but it's kind of meant to be like your first training real mission. But then you go to this mansion, that's what they showed off in that stream. Then I'm like, man, they still got, like, this level is so cool. There's a giant chess tournament happening.
Oh, yeah.
And so there's all these people in the center. There's these side rooms. Then you have to be up in like the hotel aspects, like the underbelly with the kitchen. And I'm like, man, these levels are so cool. The second level now that I'm on, I don't even know if I should say what it is. I'm not going to.
Yeah, save it. Because
it's even so good.
There's stuff even with that level that you're talking about, the chess tournament, where I almost don't even want to spoil the premise of what that level is, but it's so, if you're a fan of Hitman, it's so cool, because it's like, I want to do a spoiler cast of this game so bad.
Yeah,
I think it's so cool. Because there's stuff I want to talk about. That
we are going to do one. Jason Polanski from Atari is going to lead that conversation. I probably won't be on it, so you guys can, because I won't get to it for a while. So we'll get that done in the next couple weeks.
I know there's another mode that is more open-ended. If I recall correctly, maybe it's kind of like the Hitman roguelike mode that takes place in the different levels. And I believe that IO has hinted at that they're like, once you beat, like, this is just the beginning of this game, which makes sense from their pedigree with Hitman. But I'm just thinking, I was already thinking about that hotel mansion level, and I'm like, dude, there's a playground here. And while it's used so well in the campaign, I was just thinking about like the hypothetical other missions that could be created within it. And I really hope that ends up being the case.
Yeah, this it's really cool. So far, this might be, well, it's too early to say, I guess, but like this is easily a contender for me for like game of the year.
Yeah,
I think it's so cool and so interesting.
I'm looking forward to it.
And so video gamey, dude. Like I love it. It's like so unashamed of like what it is.
I'm definitely looking forward to it. I just don't have time. Mina's coming out tonight. So I'll be moving on to that next, and I need to finish up Pragmata, and then I guess that would be up next after that.
Dude, one thing, and then we can move on, but like there's a character in the game that's like a very main character. It's the boss Greenway, Dustin.
Oh yeah.
Like I kept hearing this dude's voice, and I was like, who the fuck is this?
Oh, is that Lenny James?
Yeah, it's Lenny James, and I've heard this guy. I was like, I've heard this guy before. Like, what the hell is this? And I realized like there was a point where I was like, he's the Destiny 2 like the voice of God. He's like the guy in the PvP that goes like double down, triple kill, and I was like, oh my god, this is really distracting.
Yeah,
for me particularly, but he's great. Also, like everybody's really well casted and really well. Great performances the whole time.
The reason I know that is because I always talk. Well, I don't always, but occasionally it comes up that I'm a huge fan of that really obscure CBS show Jericho about the nuclear bombing of the United States that was on for like one season, and he is a main character in that. So I know him from that, and then he was in The Walking Dead.
Yeah,
so I know him from that.
He's got a great voice. But it's very distinct, and I remember being like, it is because he was screaming. He screams at you in the tutorial. By the way, one of the best tutorials I think I've played in a long time. Like the way they present the tutorial is genuinely so cool that it's actually insane to me that this is the first time I'm seeing that take of a tutorial. Like because it seems kind of obvious in a lot of ways, but like I've never seen it before. So yeah, a lot of great things to say about it. I could gush about it for a really, really long time, and I probably will at some point in the future.
Well, I'll look forward to playing it in the next week or two. I've also been honestly a little unexcited about video games the last couple of weeks. Pragmata, I've been trying to like dedicate time to and kind of get out of my funk, but I've been playing just a lot of chess and just kind of dicking around watching sports and stuff. I've not really been in it. Need a little break. All right, let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, and wrap this episode of Sacred Symbols up with inquiries from the audience. Remember, you can submit your inquiries over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. The threads go live in the news feed each week for all of our different shows in our network. Sacred Symbols threads go live on Wednesday afternoons and are deleted Thursday afternoons, so you have about 24 hours. Pedro Alves wrote in and said, hey, CDC, with Mina the Hollower releasing this month with a 93 Metacritic score, topping First Light's 88 and Requiem's 89, I have seen some chatter online about it getting a score boost for being an indie game. While I'm excited to get into Mina and have no doubts of its quality due to the pedigree of its developer, I do wonder if AAA games are treated more harshly. I mostly play indie games and love how they push innovation. Vampire Survivors, Slay the Spire, and Balatro pretty much created their own genres. But I can see how they will rarely be judged for bad frame rates, outdated facial animations, bad voice acting, because in most cases, they don't even feature such things. Are indies treated more softly compared to AAA? Should games be judged against other games or against their own potential? I'll be curious to see what you guys think of this. I do think that the indies are generally treated definitively more softly than AAA games. But I wonder if that's reasonable. And I also wonder if it's just another of these examples why this only really matters because of the scoring rubrics. Otherwise, you could just read the text of the reviews and get the information you need. $100 million or $200 million game is held to a different standard than a game like Mina. Whether or not that a game like Balatro, like what standard is a game like Balatro held to? It's made by one person. It's just this random game. So I just think the standards should be different. But I think, again, it reduces down to the way we optimize these opinions towards one glance as opposed to convincing people to read. And therefore, you have these kinds of issues wherein if you read the review for First Light and for Mina, you'll probably understand where the person's coming from a lot better. Chris, are indie games treated more softly in reviews than AAA games?
I think undoubtedly, yeah. But I also think, I mean, AAA games are trying to do more, so they have more opportunities to kind of not deliver, you know? Like when I was playing Saros, I remember being like, this is, I remember feeling like, yeah, this plays really great. But then there is that, I think we talked about some of the facial capture and some of the cutscenes and how they're stilted and awkward and they don't really feel like they're intentionally that way. A lot of indie games don't have to deal with that. They're not trying to do that. They're not even attempting to recreate a realistic human, you know, emotion or whatever. Most of them don't even have voice acting, and that's like fine. So I don't know. I think it's a number of things. I think we should understand that yes, one person should be held to a different standard than a fully funded multi-million-dollar team of hundreds of people building something. Yeah, I think it just makes sense to have different standards. But also I do think it comes down to the fact that like they're just like Balatro is only doing so much, you know, and like it doesn't really have as many opportunities to fail at what it's doing because it's so singularly focused, as a lot of indie games are. And to be fair, like there's a lot of, you know, really broad scope indie games too that like I would imagine are actually probably softer on reception, that maybe overplay their hand or maybe are stretched too thin. But I don't know. I don't think it's that big of an issue. I think like what you said about the fact that it does boil down to the score. I think that's really the issue. Because again, you can just read what people say, and then and then the problem goes away.
I think it also gets into like what matters more to you, like a novel idea or like something that's beautiful and complicated and high production. That's a totally subjective question. Yeah. Dustin, what do you think?
Yeah, this reminds me of how, I mean, it's brought up already, but Balatro was nominated for the Game Awards for Game of the Year. And that caused quite a bit of discussion because it's like, well, how can this card game be compared to, what was it, Rebirth the same year or something like that?
Yeah.
And yeah, not to repeat both of you, but I think, Colin, you hit the nail on the head on the core of the issue is just like, we're trying to apply a standardization, which is already kind of hollow in how it's used, to something that just cannot be standardized in terms of scores. Like each game is trying to do its own thing. And often scores, should they be based on the own merits of what the game is trying to achieve? Is it being scored against its relevant peers in each space? Should it be scored against what the entire industry is doing? Everyone has their own approach to these things. And so the comparing and contrasting of them just simply makes no sense. And it's what you said, Colin. People need to read the review, or I hope, and I think one like shining light in amongst all of the way this is handled in terms of reviews is that people are cluing in on individual people that they look to for their opinions. You know, YouTubers, maybe people like us, people that listen to the show, surely, on like, okay, well, what do you actually think? Not just like, here's the number applied to it. So I guess to answer the other question too is like, are indie games treated more softly? Yeah, probably for sure. I think there's probably some level of, if we want to get conspiratorial, that it's like, oh, well, indie games are the little guys and they're not part of the big corporate system. And so there is a softness there, maybe to reviewing some of those games. Not all of them. There's certainly been indie games that have not reviewed well, but I think there is, as much as I love Yacht Club games, and I think these Mina scores are probably pretty accurate, there probably is a softness for that because it's Yacht Club and people love Yacht Club. And so I don't know. I don't want to take away. I don't want to like minimize the achievement that is Mina the Hollower because it is fucking awesome. But I could see that lingering amongst reviewers.
Everything's contextual, you know. Like I think it's like a 5-star restaurant versus a food truck. You know what I mean? Like my expectations are kind of set with AAA as far as like, okay, I'm sitting down at a 5-star. This is hundreds of millions of dollars you spent to make this. I better love this.
Right.
Whereas if I go to a food truck or something and it's just like, and I have a burrito that's like absurdly good, I'm going to be inherently surprised. You know what I mean? It's just going to be like, oh, this is like I don't expect, and it's not that I'm expecting trash, because obviously a shit food truck is going to be shit regardless, and a shit restaurant is going to be shit regardless. But I think your expectation of like if I have a great steak at a 5-star restaurant, I'm going to feel either like, yeah, that expected. Okay. I'm not going to feel great. I'm not going to feel like surprised by it. I just be like, okay, good. And being surprised by something is kind of that is kind of a big thing in reviews. Like I think about many of the games that I've played over the years, and where games that have surprised me have stuck out way, way more than games that I was expecting to be good and ended up being good. You know, and that plays into it, I think, too.
Yeah, I wonder if well, you've played Mina.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like I'll be the judge of all this. All right.
I've been holding back for you, Colin. Colin, we'll talk about Mina next week.
Yeah, I'm excited. I hope it's available tonight at midnight, but I don't know. It's not available for pre-order, so it means it's not going to go live at a certain time. So you literally press a button to send it live, and I don't know if you have to kind of do it manually. So we'll see what happens. All right. Next question comes from Birdo85. Says, to the podcaster formerly known as Magnanimous Colin, Chris, That's Wild, Raygun, and Dusty Boy Dustin, hello and good day to you all. Quick question regarding the PS6 handheld, or the PSSP. With Valve and their endless treasure trove of income being forced to increase the price of each tier of the Steam Deck by $200 to a new base price of $789, and the 1 terabyte model clocking in at a whopping $949, what chance does Sony have at selling a truly affordable handheld system in 2027 or 2028? Obviously, Sony can subsidize hardware costs with software sales, and they have access to a much wider economy of scale, but surely Valve should have been able to subsidize against its own software sales through the Steam platform. What does this mean for Sony's portable gaming future and our collective wallets? As always, I'll shut my fucking mouth and listen. Thanks. Chris, I think you were bringing this up earlier, weren't you?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
I don't know, man. I think the best we can hope for is that hopefully this AI bubble bursts and then everything kind of deflates, but it doesn't seem like that's happening. It may or may not. I don't know, dude. It's looking pretty grim, to be honest with you. Like that hike for the Steam Deck is insane. especially because not just for what the Steam Deck is capable of doing, which is just, quite frankly, just not even close to $800. Where I'm not even remotely close. But because you think about Valve and what, like, they're not in a position of really wanting. You know what I mean? Like they're not the type of company to like raise the prices of something just cause. They're doing this because they need to do it. And if Valve is doing it because they need to do it, oh my God. I can't even like the PS6 is going to be over $1,000. Like at this rate, like there's no shot that it isn't. And so, it's, I don't know. I don't envy the people who have to figure this out. And maybe some of the pressure can be relieved because some of this is AI driven, which is like global. Some of this is an unforced error on our part with tariffs and all sorts of shit. But like even if all of these things got resolved, my worry, right, is okay, we've gotten used to paying this much for X. If we get used to paying this much for X, is there a reason, even if there are no longer any economic factors pushing them to keep those prices high, is there really a reason to lower them back again? You know what I mean?
No,
like, that's
prices never go back down.
Like, no. But you could see a reality. I think it's potentially possible because the price hikes have been so egregious and so insane that like maybe you might see things go back, especially if the AI bubble does pop and then suddenly everybody's sitting on these graphics cards that are like half worth of what they were when the AI bubble was exploding. I don't really know what that looks like. But what is clear to me is that whatever the reality is today, it's not going to be alleviated by fucking next year. maybe 28 is when it'll start to feel kind of okay, maybe. But even then, it's like that's a really big if. So I really think every console manufacturer, Valve, PlayStation, Xbox, certainly, they're not in an enviable position right now.
What do you make of it, Dustin?
So, yeah, I saw this because apparently I'm looking at the IGN article that after this restock and the increased price, they are sold out again. So apparently, maybe there was a very small amount of them. I think the one thing that Sony and other console manufacturers, we'll say the main console manufacturers, not that, Valve is no small company, but in comparison, right? They do have an advantage of economy of scale compared to Steam Deck. They've never put out the numbers of how many Steam Decks have been sold, but we've mentioned many times that it is still a very niche device. And so they're not making anywhere near as many as they will for an eventual PlayStation 6 or PlayStation 6 handheld or whatever. So I think that will be to Sony's advantage in trying to keep the price down, along with, Colin, what you've talked about with Tom from Moore's Law is Dead, is that the other components outside of RAM potentially being made cheaper because of newer processors, new processes, and the different smaller chip size, chip nodes, and stuff like that. But I don't know. It's going to be weird. Tom has stuck to that they're trying to make the PlayStation 6 a cheaper device, but when you see the Steam Deck go up $300, even with everything I just said, it's just, and how much the PlayStation 5 has gone up in price. It's just so hard to imagine that being possible. But I
continue not to get it myself. Like I don't. I do understand certain fundamentals. Like Sony's probably locked in on price for a lot of these things. The thing is that how can you, let's say like they can make millions, like in the low millions of these at this price, and then they have to suddenly jack the price up so they have to find like the happy medium on what they think this thing can cost for at its maximal price for as long as possible. And then hopefully we get back into the normal function of prices going down, which I don't think we are in this really shitty situation now. I don't think we'll always be in the situation where prices will eventually kind of diminish for electronics. Not a new baseline, like Chris was saying, but something where there would be no expectation that the PS6 will really go up in price. I think hopefully things will be fixed by that point, and more steady. We'll see. I will say I've been saying this. I feel like this has kind of come more to the forefront unintentionally. So I'm not going to say that I intended on this to happen, but I've been critical of the why with this Steam machine and Steam Deck situation, as you guys know. In other words, Valve doesn't need this hardware. Mm-hmm. One of its advantages is that it doesn't need to do this. It's actually its major fundamental advantage is it does not have to invest in hardware. Everyone else can do that. They can simply sell you software. And I always thought that there was a tension there. And I've said it many times. Who are you really selling this thing to? Because in a world where Sony must get a PlayStation into your hand or it won't work. Like nothing will work. And so they're willing to eat as much of the cost as possible. And they might even eat some of it and get it like where they're not profitable at all. But that's what happened with PS3, most famously. But they have to go into that position, meaning that the console will be conceivably as cheap as it can be. Right. Steam can't really do that. There's no way that they're looking at this and saying like, well, let's just sell this at cost. Why? Then what did we do all this for? Why the fuck would we sell this at cost? They're already Steam players. They're already on Steam. And so in my opinion, you look at these prices and I wonder how Moore's Law feels about this. And you would know more than me, Dustin, for sure, is like, they're charging a premium still. Like they're not taking out their own cut. They're probably making a couple $100 a unit or something. Like because otherwise it makes no sense. It's not the same situation PlayStation's in where it's like, let's just get these things in the wild and then we'll make our money. Steam's already making their money. They chose to get into hardware. I still feel like I don't want to use the term. I remember saying this earlier too, some weeks or months ago. I don't want to say it's an unforced error I don't think it's necessarily an error. I just don't understand what they get from it. That's all. Like I just don't. I think it's that simple.
Well, Valve is also, like you mentioned, like they don't need to be in any position. So they could have a catastrophic failure and not even care about it. You know what I mean? Like they're the default games marketplace. Like it's kind of like even if the Steam machine like completely fumbles and just nobody buys it, it's just like, all right.
Don't you think there's something unintuitive about it though, wherein I'm the one who puts this nomenclature on them, but like where I'm like, it's the small L libertarian marketplace, and like everything they do is catered towards a libertarian's philosophy. But then you create your own hardware, then you create your own operating system.
Sure.
And at that point, I'm like, I don't know, dude. Like it's kind of not. They were like the VLC or something of like storefronts. You know what I mean? Where it's like we're interoperable, as basic as possible, as robust as possible. Don't worry about it.
Sure.
Nothing else matters to us. And I think the hardware thing, they knew this originally, right? Like 15 years ago with the OEM stuff. Mm-hmm. I think they didn't read the market situation properly. And this goes into them not understanding hardware. You know,
well, that's true. I also just think they're in a rare, just because the type of company is, because it's not publicly traded, because they're so uniquely in an advantageous position in the market as far as like being, again, just the backbone of PC gaming, and just like they're not really going anywhere. I think I really do think a lot of what they do is motivated by like a bunch of people in the studio being like, this would be cool to do this. Let's try. You know what I mean? Like they seem more like that kind of a studio than anybody else. Like there was no reason to make Half-Life Alyx at all. Like there's no good reason to make a AAA VR game, but they could, because if it failed, it didn't matter. And I think it matters more that their hardware might fail, but I still think they're in, I don't know. They definitely didn't read the market right. They definitely didn't anticipate certain economic realities, but I think ultimately they're kind of like we're 300 people, whatever, which is an amazing amount of power to have, really. But
yeah, it is. And I will, to the point you're making, I will say that I appreciate their lack of complacency. Like it's what we were saying about Riot when I was giving them their flowers earlier, about at least trying things, and they look at the situation and they're like, all right, like, well, what could we do if we needed to do something? What is it? And I think they realized, like, well, the only option is to make hardware, because we already dominate the storefront angle. I just think that their users like the pliability of Steam, and that if you're going to buy a console, just buy a console. You know, like sure. I still have a hard time. It's what Dustin was saying. Like we people, I think, vastly overestimate how many Steam Decks have been sold, for instance. I think it's probably in the mid single millions, which is not nothing. Not at all. That's awesome. Yeah. But that's not the PlayStation 6 Sony would be dead if the PlayStation 6 sold 5 million units. You know, they would be done. The whole company would be finished. So it's totally different expectations. And so I respect that they realize, I think they realize that they are the target. Yeah. I think what everyone realizes now is like, oh, you're the problem. And it's not a problem for the players or the consumer. I mean, for them. It's like Sony has long thought Xbox was their problem, and they've been kind of vanquished, and they look around and they're like, oh, you're the problem. And Nintendo, I think, with the handheld mantra and all that, it's like, you're a problem for us. And I think that they've drawn a lot of ire, and now they have to maybe be offensive in their moves. Yeah. So don't blame them for that, but I'm very conservative, and I mean that in a small c non-political way with my money and economics, where if I were them, I'd be like, we got it. Like, let's just not even, like, don't even bother. We'll just hang out. This will be great. All right.
Yeah.
Adam wrote in and said, good evening, my succulent sexual symbols. Our platinum trophies getting easier. So often on our trophies, I see comments on people saying they won't bother even playing a game because it has difficult or multiplayer trophies, which will affect them getting the platinum. I did a bit of very light research and noticed a trend in a few places that led me to believe developers are favoring easy trophy lists. The Last of Us on PS3 and PS4 required you to beat the game on harder difficulties, Both The Last of Us Part 1 and The Last of Us Part 2 do not. The grounded trophies are on separate lists. Infamous required beating the game on hard, both or of the more recent Ghost games do not. The older God of War games versus the newer God of War games. There are more examples of studios' old versus newer games that spring to mind, but I am sure there are more examples. Is this to cater for the specific audience of trophy hunters that play games exclusively for trophies and not for fun? Interested in your thoughts. Yes.
He answered his own question.
Yeah. You even see it in like Saros versus Returnal's a major example. I think Saros's platinum rate is already like 8%, which is crazy. Returnal's is 1.25 or something. This has been long known. And I've said many times that games that were considered easy to platinum in the PS3 era would be considered not easy anymore. Like I've said it a million times. There used to be a little bit of a shame. It's like, oh, I platinumed Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. I platinumed Up. I platinumed Where the Wild Things Are. It's like looking at the games people are platinuming, and now those are way harder to platinum than those are 10, 15, like I platinumed Rango, the lizard movie. And that was like 20 or 25 hours, I think. It's like the thing, what was easy back in the day was that you could do it. Like you would look at a list and be like, oh, I can do this. I just need to get all the, as opposed to the games where it's like, beat it 4 times, beat it on every difficulty, stacking trophies, that kind of stuff. So that was what was considered easy then. And what are considered easy now are trophies that are truly, I think I heard 007's platinum trophy is fairly straightforward. I think the balance is to make it attainable, but not too easy. And that's a tough balance to strike. But there's no doubt, Adam, that your instincts are correct. The God of War 3 is far more difficult to platinum than God of War 2018 or God of War Ragnarok, no doubt. Infamous 1 and Infamous 2 both required 2 playthroughs to platinum. So yeah, you're not crazy. Thank you for writing in.
Yeah. I mean, games are also way longer now, generally. Like, if you ask me to play through a 40-hour game twice to get the platinum, like, you can have it.
There was a weird one, Chris. I remember when Miles Morales came out that you had to beat it on New Game Plus to get the platinum, and even then that was kind of weird. Even though it's a shorter game, you did have to beat it twice, and I was like, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Because they usually don't do that, or they'll release a New Game Plus trophy later. That's not for the platinum. But there's no doubt they're getting that feedback, and hard trophies are bad for games. Sometimes the game is so overwhelmingly good that it either doesn't matter or people still get the platinum. Elden Ring is a great example of that. But oftentimes,
what's the platinum rate on Elden Ring? It's like
it's like crazy, ridiculously high. I want to say it's like 15%. I'll look. Elden Ring PSN.
You find that on PlayStation profiles, right?
Yep. It's 10.8. If you go to PSN profiles here, I'll put the link in. If you're not logged in, it'll show you their rate first. You just have to mouse over the number, and then you'll see the real one. So 37.75% of people on PSN profiles have it. 10.8% of people on PSN have it. That's so high.
Oh, that is crazy. 37 is insane.
Yeah, that's just for people that are logged in, though.
I mean, still,
that's an opt-in.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, because there are 129,000 people on PSN profiles with the platinum, which is funny.
Marathons is 11. Weird.
Yeah, marathons. The thing, I wonder what they're going to do with marathon, because I've been really surprised with Helldivers trophies. Like, they've not added any trophies, and I'm like, why? You should have literally added 100 trophies by now. I have no idea what you're doing. Why you don't add them? But
I don't know.
Do whatever you want, I guess. What do I know? Colston wrote in and said, hey, CDC, I'm an avid sports card collector as well as physical media. I think like many others, I like the history of it all. However, there is a monetary side of it too, of course, with some GameCube games and rare PlayStation games fetching upwards of $1,000. It had me thinking, with emulation on the rise and old hardware breaking, controller systems, etc., do you think these collectors will go belly up? Who would pay $150 for a complete in-box PS3 game when you could potentially play it for free on modern consoles? I have hundreds of physical games, and although they are priceless to me, it made me think, am I sitting on thousands of dollars that'll soon be nothing? As my hardware breaks, will I just have sitting discs I can't play? I've enjoyed the run-up in my collection, but what do you think? Are physical collectors doomed, or poised to be the next Scrooge McDuck. I'll go clean the man juice off my copies and listen. Jesus Christ. Dustin, what do you think of this? Because I do think there is something to this, although I think he's oversimplifying it, wherein I don't know how long it's going to go on where collectors are buying the shit to play. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Because it does become a little ridiculous at some point. It is cool to have the CRT hooked up and you have the NES hooked up and all the rest, but like, just go download an emulator. Go download the fucking Nintendo Online stuff and play Zelda. Like, what? Like, why are you doing this to yourself? But I still believe that people will collect them to have them. And it's probably not unlike many other things. The ideal situation of seeing art is not in your house. It's at a museum with the proper lighting and context or whatever, but yet people still buy artwork because it's valuable. And they want it. And I feel like games will probably be the same. But I do believe that there are problems with the degradation of this stuff, especially, and I will reiterate, especially with discs. I still feel like that's going to be a problem in the decades to come. And the hardware is going to be a massive problem. So what do you think? Do you think the cost will start going down? Is there a height in which it will plateau and go back down, or are we just always going to go up?
I think it will continue to go up because collectors do not play the games they collect most of the time. That's been a like ongoing joke between me, like and my friend Matt and Ben when we go to these retro conventions. It's like we always joke like, "Oh, I'm going to buy this, but I'm never going to play it." It's like that's not the point. Now, to be fair, there are many retro collectors that buy their games and play them. I'm somewhere in the middle where, like a few years ago, I played a bunch of games, like even expensive games that I bought for my PlayStation 1. I played through all the Mega Man Legends games. I played both of my Tomba games. I played Suikoden 1. But that's a small percentage of the collection that I've purchased over the last few years, where there's certain things I've bought just to have because I want it. Or maybe I had it when I was a kid and it's like, I want to have that for the collection. And who knows, maybe I'll play it someday. Maybe I won't. So in terms of the pricing, because I was thinking about this last night, and then I brought up a bunch of examples because he was bringing up like if a game is re-released, does the value of that game drop? And I've always been curious about this as well, and the answer is sometimes. So some examples that I've thought of in particular, a game like Suikoden 2. Was a high value game, normally in the 300, 350-ish range.
So fucking crazy.
So
I just have these stupid games sitting around, like in Dagan's basement. Anyway, go ahead.
So when did that remaster come out? Sometime last year.
Yeah, last year,
right?
I want to say, yeah.
So we'll just say from January 2025, the average price of a complete in-box Suikoden 2 was $225. So it had gone down in price since like 2022 or something. And now it's sitting at $158. So we are seeing a steady decline in the price of Suikoden 2 since the remaster released. A big example, and one that pisses me off greatly, because probably in 2023, 2024, I bought Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. I paid $100 for it. And that is about the average price on price charting. Here we are now, in 2026, post remake, $47. So yeah, there are clearly examples of games that when they get remasters or remakes, they do drop in price, but it's not always the case. Like I looked up Longbox Rayman on PS1 is consistently going up in price. It's not crazy. It's $70 for that long box.
Yeah, and the long box stuff is probably all going to be valuable in some way.
Right. But that goes to it where it's like it's not necessarily about playing it or the availability to it. Rayman has been re-released so many times.
Yeah,
and there was a recent
PS1 just came out. Yeah, just came out.
Yeah. So it doesn't always affect the price. And even like I was curious, I'm like, okay, what about like a remake? That's like a real remake in terms of like not being the same game. A game like Silent Hill 2. The original Silent Hill 2, while it's on a tiny dip, has continued to progress in price over the last 5 years, peaking in February 2026 at $203 for Silent Hill 2, whereas just 5 years ago was $89.
I have so much money in games. It's like not even funny. Like these games that have no right to even be valuable.
Do you have Rule of Rose?
No. That sounds familiar. What is that?
That's an Atlas game.
PS1?
PS2. So Rule of Rose is probably one of the most expensive games, and it's currently at its all-time high at $1,000.
They must have printed like 10,000 copies of it or something. I mean, wouldn't you, if you would really only be able to control this as a first party, but you could invite publishers to do this with you if you made it. It's like if I were Sony, because remember we were talking about how that Canadian retailer has like new print PS3 games?
Yeah.
Like randomly from Sony's First Party.
Oh, yeah.
That are undercutting like the aftermarket. It's like if you were Nintendo, I know. Listen, I understand because I deal with it personally, but it's not trivial to make these games. It's like, why don't you just print like a bunch of GameCube games again?
We don't know how.
Yeah, we don't know how he lost like the technology. Like, you know what I mean?
Lost the technology of the tiny disc.
Like, to be fair, they make GameCube controllers, right? Yep. Like in other words, you would just think like, if I were these guys, I'd be like, we could destroy these motherfuckers and make a ton of money by just re-releasing the games. Like, and maybe even doing it through your own storefront. Like, go get new GameCube games, go get new Wii games, go get new Wii U games, go get new N64 games, NES games, SNES games. Like, just sell them yourself. And it would be this double barrel thing. I know that a lot of it has to do with certification, but like especially the first parties can just circumvent that. Be like, the games have already passed certification. You're not reinventing the wheel. Just print them again. That's all. Same disc. You don't even, because a lot of people would be like, oh, put the newest firmware on it or whatever. It's like, don't even do that, because then it would have to pass certification. Just reprint the shit. And that wouldn't even be a problem before PS3. Make UMDs, make Vita games. To me, I'm like, I don't know that it's not trivial, but I don't know that it's that heavy of a lift. And I think if anything, the market around all these games shows you there's a huge appetite. We got a bunch of DMs and messages from people when I brought up that Canadian retailer about the PS3 games. People fucking went and raided that place.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about fucking Ratchet and Clank collection and shit. Like who, you know what I mean? Like, not even like meaningful stuff, but imagine if they reprinted like Heavenly Sword.
Yeah.
Or Resistance 1. Or whatever. I don't know. So yeah, I would like that.
I guess the final thing I'll say about this is just that I think it is it's not worth thinking about your collection in terms of dollar, because the price is going to go up and down. People that use it as an investment are dumb. And I hate that that's part of the space. Just buy the games you want if you can afford it. If there's an expensive game you want, it's worth it. Do it and enjoy it. And your way of enjoying it may be sitting it on a shelf, and that's totally fine. It may be I think that's trying to play it.
That's
however
what I
you
do.
Want.
It's really no different than the G.I. Joes behind me. Right. I'm not playing with them. In fact, I haven't played with G.I. Joes since I was probably like 7 or 8, and I was still collecting them for years after that because I like just having them and setting them up and stuff like that. So I have no problem with that. I think you're right about the investment thing. I don't take investment advice from me. Do what you want to do. But like, I don't understand why you just wouldn't put your money in an index fund. Like if like you're just going to, if that's what you're doing, like hoarding these things to sell later, there's safer ways to invest your money and ways that you don't have to deal with any of this shit. You know, like, so I don't quite get it from that perspective. And by the way, I've been enjoying non sequitur a little bit, but I've been enjoying seeing the videos of the Target people and the people at these Walmart shutting down finally these Pokemon poachers. Or these Pokemon, scalpers. Yeah. And them getting so upset. It's like, go cry. Fucking jerk offs. All right. Dustin, Chris, I won't even go to you for that because you don't collect physical games.
Yeah.
But I will go to both of you with this one. Graham Waldrop wrote in and said, hey, boys, with news coming out last week that Quantic Dream's live service game Spellcasters Chronicles is being shut down in June after only being out for a few months, I worry about the studio's health. The announcement also mentioned an internal reorganization is coming, which means a fresh round of layoffs. Apparently, development on Star Wars Eclipse will continue, but it's baffling to me that the studio attempted a game like Spellcasters. I know everyone wants their piece of the live service pie, but this feels like the ultimate form of square peg round hole. What do you guys think about Quantic Dream's overall situation? It's been 8 years since Detroit. I want more wacky and earnest David Cage experiences, but I'll be shocked if this game actually sees the light of the twin suns. And even if it does, I feel like it'll be a fart in the wind given the apathy around the Star Wars brand. That's a big part of it. Thank you for everything. Keep honking those hogs. It is true that Spellcasters Chronicles, which I don't think was ever even really officially released, I'm pretty sure it was in early access.
Yeah.
They pulled the plug on that. And there is some reporting out of French newspapers. I don't know if you guys have seen about how much of a shit show that development was, and that they actually believed it was going to be big. It wasn't like something they were just doing to try. They thought it was going to be like a success. I am a little worried about Quantic Dream. I mean, I'm not worried listen, I don't want to be totally flip. I don't really give a shit about Quantic Dream anymore. I used to really love Quantic Dream, but for multiple reasons, I don't really care anymore. Number one, they're not really in the PlayStation ecosystem anymore. So they're not like this interesting second party that we used to pay a lot of attention to back in the day, which we did. What happened? What?
I was just out of curiosity. I was looking at the Spellcasters Chronicles.
Yeah, it's not.
Steam
it's very
chart.
Generic and boring looking, in my opinion.
The Steam chart peak is 888.
Yeah, good use of your time.
Damn, that's rough.
There are multiple reasons to be worried about them, though, in my opinion. Realistic reasons, not just like reasons of feeling. Number one, NetEase owns them. They bought them in 2022, I want to say, and NetEase is obviously pulling money from a bunch of different gaming projects. And it seems like, I mean, isn't that what happened to Negoshi's game? And a few others, so. NetEase is like getting out of all this stuff. So that's one very dangerous situation that they find themselves in. The second dangerous situation they find themselves in is that their Spotlight brand, which is their internal publishing brand where they publish external games, has been a fart. I don't want to speak about these games from a personal perspective, but I did look them up from a Metacritic perspective. The 4 games they have published through this brand are Sea of Solitude, Under the Waves, a game called Lisfanga, the Time Shift Warrior, which I never even heard of until I looked it up, and Dustborn, which was obviously a game everyone was making fun of. These are all no more than mixed on Metacritic. So they're not choosing the right games. And Star Wars Eclipse, I think, was probably a very good idea when it was spun up. And now it's not going to be a very good idea. Unless that game is extraordinary in ways that can't even be really described, no one's going to care about that game in a way that is meaningful enough for them to have justified its extent. Like you assume this game might be 10 years between Detroit and Star Wars Eclipse. People know I'm a big Quantic Dream fan from their PlayStation trilogy. I think when they had PlayStation guiding them and producing the games, it worked out pretty well for them generally. Beyond Two Souls, again, I think was a little bit of a dud. But Detroit Heavy Rain's awesome, and Detroit Become Human is a great game. No doubt about it. So I think those things line up where it's like, well, you're not making any money from your publishing arm. You're probably losing a bunch of money from it. You just lost a bunch of money from Spellcasters Chronicles that was in development for a long time. You're about to lay a bunch of people off. You're owned by this Chinese conglomerate that is starting to shed its investments in gaming. And you have a Star Wars game in development. I'm not liking the way that's all lining up for them.
It's like a reverse Infinity Gauntlet.
Right.
It's like all the worst possible. A Star Wars game.
Yeah.
Everybody's gonna love this.
It's the Finity Gauntlet. So
that is so stupid.
It is. It's as stupid as hell.
It's good. I like it.
So where are you on this, Chris? How are you feeling about Quantic Dream's future?
Oh man, I was never particularly bullish on Quantic Dream. I think they make interesting stuff. I think David Cage is definitely one of those people that like I think is interesting and eccentric enough that like I'm inherently curious about like anything that he does. But like none of his stuff is really landed for me. Heavy Rain is interesting, but I feel like I like Heavy Rain for reasons that are not necessarily intentional. Like I think Heavy Rain is hilarious. I think Heavy Rain is like one of the unintentionally probably like one of the funniest games. I think. Well,
Radic was putting up all the clips, right, of the no fail states that are like fucking hysterical.
It becomes this clumsy idiots. Like a really heavy story, and it's just like it's very. I think he makes interesting things. I didn't play Beyond Two Souls at all because I just kept hearing less than great things about it, and I was like, I don't really vibe with these kinds of games anyway. But what was the one he did after? It was Detroit Become Human,
was the
right?
last one, yeah.
I did like Detroit Become Human. So there is that, but like I've never been big on their stuff, and you can't even fathom how uninterested I would be in a Star Wars game in this genre of game that I already kind of don't fuck with, that much. So Star Wars Eclipse is already like from the moment I heard about it, I was like, yeah, it's not going to be for me. So this does nothing for me. Like whatever. I mean, hopefully, the people there can maintain the ship, but it's of no personal consequence to me.
We were saying earlier too, I think the success of the trilogy, like their trilogy on PlayStation, Heavy Rain and Detroit especially did very well commercially, is exactly what I was saying earlier about how I thought Alan Wake was kind of on the wrong platform at the time. And I feel the same way about Heavy Rain, where Heavy Rain on Xbox would have never been the success it was, because it was just a totally different group of people looking for different types of games. So I think, like, to Sony's credit, the Quantic Dream brand really was vibrant and useful for PlayStation for a while. And as I knew this after Beyond came out, but like I've said it a million times, like they didn't get along behind the scenes. There was no way that the 3-game deal was going to be extended, as far as I understood, no matter how well Detroit did. Because I just don't think they wanted to deal with each other anymore. And you can see that ever since Sony cut them loose, they haven't released anything. So what do you think, Dustin? What do you think about Quantic Dream's future?
Doesn't sound good. I don't know if I have much to add other that you guys already touched on. I wonder. It made me think of last week we were talking about Shift Up, and they were like, "Oh, we don't need PlayStation," and this is kind of like an opposite situation where it's like maybe they need a PlayStation because they haven't been able to put out anything, and the thing they did put out has already shut down and was viewed as a cash grab. By it's whether it was intended or they thought it would be or not. Clearly, their lack of guidance is showing right now.
The Detroit Become Human trailer and reveal is still one of my favorite PlayStation conference moments. Do you remember the trailer where it would like show you the clip and then it would zoom out and it would show you like the butterfly effect and it would go into like something else and it showed like exactly how complicated the game was, and I was like, this is awesome. That game, it was the rooftop scene they showed over and over and over again of the guy getting shot in the head. Love that. Yeah. Detroit was awesome. Detroit was an awesome game. It really was. And Heavy Rain, I highly recommend Heavy Rain.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's stilted. It's a PS3 game, but it is excellent.
It reminds me of like it kind of feels like if Deadly Premonition wasn't just good because it's kind of awkward, like it's like a proper, I don't know, like there's something about that game that's like, it is good, like objectively, but it is also very high comedy if you play it right.
No, it is. I think what it is that it's very bold and it comes off as campy and weird if you don't play it the way it was intended. Because you could just like, there's that. Do you remember it well? I
remember it really well. Yeah.
There's that scene where you're setting the table with the dishes. Do you know what I'm talking about? And like you could take the dishes out of the cabinet, you could like slam them down, like, but you're not like supposed to.
Right.
And like everything about like you're supposed to be setting the table nicely and like hanging around, but you could just fuck around so bad.
And the game continues as if you hadn't done that kind of.
Right.
It's really, I think it's bold and interesting, and like that was like I appreciated Heavy Rain for that.
Sorry, I just got a text message. Okay. Final inquiry, my friends. Jack Trenton's illegitimate son wrote in. That's PSP Marcus. Said, howdy, fellas. With the massive gaps between modern game releases, do you feel Sony's first-party studios are being too protective of their IPs? Sucker Punch's stance that only they can touch Infamous feels less like quality control and more like asset hoarding. This isn't just about demanding more games. There are talented external or mid-sized studios that would kill for a shot at Sly Cooper or Infamous or The Last of Us. Giving them that chance could yield incredible results while letting the original creators focus on new projects. Colin often mentions that Lucasfilm doesn't have a monopoly on good Star Wars ideas. They don't. In fact, I think they have a monopoly on bad Star Wars ideas. Look at Obsidian. They proved with Knights of the Old Republic 2 and Fallout New Vegas that external developers can take established universes and deliver masterpieces. I was 15 when Skyrim came out. I'm 30 now. We cannot keep waiting 10 to 15 years for beloved franchises to resurface. Isn't it time PlayStation embraces a more collaborative, publisher-minded approach to their catalog? I generally agree with you, actually, but I do think there is a difference between some of the franchises you mentioned. Sly Cooper and Infamous are dormant. And at that point, I do think there should be... Sucker Punch should produce it. They should guide it and shepherd it. But someone else should be making those. And that's what I was saying about the Infamous collection. Should they be doing that? And apparently it is external teams that are doing it according to the rumor. It's like, it better be. Like, what a waste of your fucking time. But The Last of Us, I understand the preciousness around that a little more, not because I like it, but because it's theoretically alive. There's an HBO series coming up. There's almost certainly going to be a third game. They talk about it sometimes. So I think once things kind of leave the zeitgeist of a studio for good, Sly Cooper's been gone for 20 years. The fourth game wasn't made by them. It's like, yeah, like not only should you not really have that kind of control, but you should embrace someone else coming in and wanting to do something with it. You can guide it, you can write it, you can produce it. But yeah, let someone else do that stuff. And so I completely agree with you. And I do think the level of preciousness, though, Jack Tretton's illegitimate son, is based on the output of the studio. I think a lot of teams don't have any power. I think there are probably 4 or 5 teams that have all the power. No one's going to make a Gran Turismo game other than Polyphony. That would never happen. Sucker Punch, Naughty Dog obviously have that power. Santa Monica has that power, and Guerrilla. I mean, that's probably it, I would assume. And even Horizon was made by others and is being made by others. I mean, there was a Lego game made externally. There's the fucking MMO being made in Korea. So the answer is yes. Do you guys have anything you'd like to add to this before we go?
Yeah, I can understand being concerned because there are examples of like an IP going to a new team and killing it. I guess this is kind of like, older at this point, but I think about the non-Naughty Dog Crash Bandicoot games or the non-Insomniac Spyro games where it's like, oh, well, we'll have someone else work on this now. And they're just clearly not as good. But I think there are examples of games that have gone to new teams. And when there's the right level of care and maybe collaboration with the original team, that you can make something great. This is I'm sure there are better examples than this, but I was thinking about the Nier Replicant remaster / partial remake that came out that was attached with Toy Logic. We're like, oh no, this is going to be not good. But then it ended up being really great and had no problems. So like I said, there's probably better examples, but I think that there's a path forward where you can have someone working on an Infamous game and Sucker Punch can still be attached to it and lead, guide them along the way. Not just like, okay, take this IP and do whatever you want. There's a middle ground that I think could be explored.
We'll see what happens. I think Infamous will obviously be one of the, should it be real, and Uncharted to a degree too, depending on if you believe a game is in development and then who might be making it. Because when Neil says he's producing another game, it could be a game that's outside of Naughty Dog too. Should that be Uncharted? But I don't know. We'll see. He is right about Obsidian. I mean, they did a great job. And in fact, BioWare began making a sequel to someone else's game. I can't remember what it was. Right? They made was it Neverwinter Nights? Or something like that?
Was it Baldur's Gate?
Maybe Baldur's Gate. That's what it was. Yeah, Baldur's Gate.
Was it Baldur's Gate? I thought they did the first one.
I'm trying to remember. Baldur's Gate.
I'm so behind on BioWare. I don't remember.
Yeah, I'll just look here real quick and we'll wrap this up. Let's see. Games developed. Oh, it's a whole different.
Oh no, Baldur's Gate 1 is BioWare, so it's not that.
MD. Oh yeah, maybe that's what it is. Neverwinter Nights.
Yeah.
But Baldur's Gate still fits because BioWare didn't make Baldur's Gate 3.
That is true, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Maybe I'm just wrong on that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think both are valid. Like I think mainline entries in very important living IP should be very, very precious. But I also think that there should be more flexibility in like spin-offs and things where other developers should take stabs at it. Like with the Ensemble with Halo Wars. Like that was great. Like that was really cool. Like I'm still kind of bummed that we don't have like more weird shit I think a Destiny Tactics would be so cool. But like for whatever reason those games are just not appealing to pitch, I guess.
All right, let's get the hell out of here, my boys. It's time to go. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Have a good rest of your day. Any plans to share?
You too, man. I don't know. What's probably just continuing on with 007. Maybe start diving into Destiny a little bit in preparation for this last major update, which I was reading about during our break, and it actually looks pretty cool. But yeah, pretty normal day. I'm gonna make some chicken. I'm gonna meal prep for the rest of my week. I got a bunch of, when you have, I bought a bunch of like fresh chicken, and I was intending to cook it the day that I got it, but then I got swept up doing other things, and now it's like I kind of gotta do it. I gotta make all of it at once. So I'm gonna have like a shit ton of chicken this week. But
it's good for
normal day ahead. Other than that,
protein. Nothing wrong with that.
Can't get enough.
All right, we'll be well. See you next time.
You too.
Dustin, goodbye to you. Anything you'd like to share?
Goodbye. As soon as we're off this call, I'm going to go eat, and then I'm leaving to the movie. And then this weekend, like I said, I'll be away at the campsite. How many beers will I drink? God only knows.
God only knows. Good luck to you.
God only knows.
Godspeed to you.
So
have fun.
Should be fun. And then fun week next week with the State of Play.
Yeah, it's going to be some exciting stuff coming soon, which is great. So join us over there on the YouTube channel for our streams. And you can find everything here on Patreon as well. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. We appreciate you guys. For me, I don't know. Just kind of hanging out. I got to do some. Oh, my dad's coming this weekend. So see him at least a little bit. I got a bunch of work to do. I'll be recording with Brad on Sunday. Got to pay everyone. Got to do the Q&A for the month. Odds and ends. Yeah, some other things. So yeah, just work. All right. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. Appreciate you. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access and laststandmedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.